back to another edition of our little digital show called Today in 30. We've got a lot going on, so let's break it down for you.
First, we'll have a report from Surfside, Florida, where the search and rescue has now become a recovery effort at the site of that condo collapse. Just ahead, what officials are saying about the closure they hope to give the victims' families and where the investigation goes from here.
And then Kate Snow's exclusive conversation with 8 of Bill Cosby's accusers on their shock at his sudden release and the strength that they are now finding in each other.
Plus, Jill Martin has a story about a woman who struggled with skincare issues and she took action. Her solution sparked the beginning of a booming business.
And if you're trying to stay cool this summer, we've got the scoop on some new products that you're going to want to get your hands on. So maybe we should get started, Chanel.
Let's do it.
It's time for Today in 30. Welcome to Today. Thank you so much for joining us on this Thursday morning. Savannah and Hoda are both off, and down in Florida, it went from hopeful to heartbreak.
Absolutely. In fact, we begin with the news out of Surfside, Florida this morning, where it was 2 weeks ago today at 1:30 in the morning when the Champlain Towers South partially collapsed. At the time, officials announcing 1 person was killed and 99 were unaccounted for.
Rescuers worked around the clock as both the death toll and the number of missing continued to go up. Then on Sunday, the decision was made to demolish the remainder of that building, an effort to open up an unreachable area amid fears of Tropical Storm Elsa.
Then last night, the news many had been expecting, the operation turning from rescue to recovery. Officials telling families there was, quote, no chance of life in the rubble.
Then a short time later, hundreds of those first responders gathered by the site for an emotional moment of silence for the now 54 people confirmed dead and 86 others who are still missing. NBC's Morgan Chesky has covered the story from the very beginning. He remains on duty for us there in Surfside. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Craig, Savannah, good morning. And there was so much hope when this search began. Everyone knew as soon as that tower fell that the clock was ticking. But with the last survivor now pulled from that pile of rubble 15 days ago, this switch to recovery is heading home.
This morning in Surfside, 2 weeks worth of tears spilling over after a search and rescue mission unlike anything seen in Florida history. A painful and emotional admission from officials.
We've decided, based on everything that's been given to us, that there are no live victims.
A rescue mission shifting to recovery as the death toll only rises. Crews finding 18 more bodies Wednesday. 54 people now confirmed dead. More than 80 others still missing.
Our first responders have truly searched that pile every single day since the collapse, as if they're searching for their own loved ones.
The chances of finding anyone else alive, officials say, nearly impossible. But their 24/7 mission far from over.
But we can and we will do everything in our power possible to identify all of the victims and to offer closure to the families.
The news devastating for the families of those lost and draining for the crews working their way through the rubble. Captain Ignatius Carroll says every day that passed without a rescue took a toll.
It's been very heavy on everyone that's here. There has not been a dry eye out on that search operations since we started.
The massive undertaking more than a job.
Anytime that we found a person, we would stop, you would give a moment of silence, and there would be a line created by the search and rescue personnel as they bring that person off of that pile.
And it was that pile crews lined Wednesday, standing shoulder to shoulder in absolute silence, paying tribute to those lost and promising to make families whole one final time.
Such a powerful image there, Morgan. So much emotion from the families who lost loved ones to those emergency responders who've been sifting through that rubble for weeks now. You were there at the ceremony last night. What was it like?
Yeah, Craig, it was beyond powerful. You had members of the community standing amongst first responders, joined by members of the clergy who were saying prayers as people held candles and clutched rosaries. One of the families of those still missing telling me that as they now approach this thought of a worst case scenario, they just want to be reunited with their loved one to say goodbye.
Closure. Morgan Chesky for us there in Surfside. Morgan, thank you.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning, we have an exclusive reveal of tennis phenom Naomi Osaka on the cover of Time magazine as she opens up about mental health.
NBC Stephanie Gosk is here with more stuff. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Naomi Osaka describes herself as an introvert. She says speaking up and speaking out give her anxiety, but that is exactly what she's doing in this essay, calling on professional sports and the media to show some empathy, that not all athletes are the same, and maybe the expectations should change. Dropping out of the French Open shocked the tennis world. Then Naomi Osaka withdrew from Wimbledon. Now, on her own terms and in her own words, the 23-year-old is explaining why. Writing in Time magazine, it's okay to not be okay, and it's okay to talk about it. She explains, I wanted to skip press conferences at Roland Garros to exercise self-care and preservation of my mental health. I stand by that. Athletes are humans. But tournament officials insisted she face the press, like every other player. Osaka writes, I felt under a great amount of pressure to disclose my symptoms, frankly because the press and the tournament did not believe me. I do not wish that on anyone. Ranked number 2 in the world, the young star has a proposal for all professional sports. Writing, we can enact measures to protect athletes, especially the fragile ones. Osaka says, give athletes the right to take a mental break from media scrutiny on a rare occasion without being subject to strict sanctions. But in a twist, the spotlight on Osaka has only grown brighter.
People might think I'm quiet, different, that I don't fit the box of what an Olympian should be.
Overnight, the International Olympic Committee launching its Stronger Together campaign.
But I am proof that the definition is bigger than people think.
Osaka, who will play for Japan in the Olympic Games, with a message for young female athletes.
And if we don't fit that expectation of what people think we're supposed to be, good.
It is a message that is echoed in her Netflix series, launching next week.
I always had this pressure to maintain the squeaky image, but now I don't care what anyone has to say.
In her essay, Osaka thanks those who stood by her, including Michelle Obama, Steph Curry, and Novak Djokovic. The tennis great admits she is uncomfortable being the spokesperson of athlete mental health, but then adds, Michael Phelps told me that by speaking up, I may have saved a life. If that's true, then it was all worth it.
And Steph, Naomi Osaka thanked those who supported her, but she also reflected how divided the reaction was, to her decision to drop out of the French Open.
Yeah, and she was really surprised by it, by how intense it was and how split it was. And she said she learned an important lesson, one that a lot of people know. You can't please everyone.
Yeah.
And as far as those Olympics are concerned, they are her first. Pressure is going to be intense there as well, also to speak publicly. So it'll be interesting to see how she handles that.
And I worry there will be even more tension on her now because of all of this. So it's almost like
absolutely
the cycle continues. Martin, Steph, thank you.
You're welcome.
By the way, that issue of Time is on newsstands tomorrow.
Back Thursday morning with In Depth today. This morning, an exclusive conversation with 8 of Bill Cosby's accusers.
7 of them first spoke out to NBC News in an unprecedented Dateline interview nearly 6 years ago. Now they're sharing their reaction to Cosby's release, their reflections on the last 6 years, and their hopes for the future.
NBC's senior national correspondent Kate Snow has been on this story from the very beginning. She joins us once again this morning. Kate, good morning.
Good morning, Craig and Chanel. They knew that Bill Cosby was appealing his conviction. Some of them even listened to the arguments before the Pennsylvania Supreme Court months ago, and they say they had a bad feeling. But for most of these women, the decision to release Cosby came as a total shock. They are 8 of the more than 60 who have accused Bill Cosby. And with Cosby a free man, they say their support for each other and the work they can do together is more important than ever. When they heard Bill Cosby would walk free, there was anger and more.
Sickened. Disgusted.
Victoria, who are you most angry at?
I'm angry at the legal system. We put our necks on the line, and then the legal system yanked the rug out from under us.
I'm feeling frustrated and upset because I feel like a bully has been let go.
I'm concerned for the victims of sexual assault that they will have that attitude of, why bother? Why bother telling my story?
I was drugged and raped.
6 years ago, all but one of these women joined a group of more than 20 to share their stories about Bill Cosby. How many of you believe you were drugged by Bill Cosby? How many of you believe Bill Cosby raped you? Their accusations ranging from harassment to groping to sexual assault and rape. Many of the stories were strikingly similar. Bill Cosby and his lawyers deny any of it ever happened.
We come on the air with breaking news. Bill Cosby has been released from prison.
Now the Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision overturning Cosby's 2018 indecent assault conviction brings the women back together.
There's a fire inside of me that has just made me want to go out and make change even more than I did in 2015.
He was not proclaimed innocent. I think those of us in our sisterhood need to hold on to that.
The point the Supreme Court made over and over was that this was a due process issue, that Bill Cosby was essentially promised by a prosecutor that he would never be prosecuted, and then he was, and that violated his rights.
And what is the evidence of that? What is the evidence of that promise?
Show the proof.
Bill Cosby's representative called the court's decision a victory for Black America.
This is not about race. It's about rape. The only place that race plays into this is the fact that Bill Cosby was disproportionately targeting Black women.
2 of these women testified in support of Andrea Constant.
Lisa Lott, do you regret that?
Absolutely not. I would go back and do it again. This man has spent 2 years and 9 months in jail. This man has lost his entire reputation. He's lost every bit of credibility that he's ever had.
It's worth the public knowing the magnitude of character assassination, of blaming and shaming, of silencing, and yet we've still found the strength to transform our tragedy into political power.
Since speaking out, many of Cosby's accusers have fought to change the statute of limitations on sexual assault and succeeded in several states.
This may be the kickstart that we need for more states to get involved.
Their survivor sisterhood, they say, the sweetest thing to come out of their trauma.
I am ready and raring to go and will do anything and speak my truth to anyone that needs it.
I'm very, very proud to know all of these women.
We have opened the floodgates for so many people who had previously never felt safe in speaking out. Predators are being put on notice.
Barbara Bowman told me that she would tell anyone out there who's still carrying a story to find someone who will listen. Some of them will be at a vigil this Saturday evening in Philadelphia. There's also an event in Chicago, Craig.
So, Kate, I mean, Cosby out of prison now. Does he face other legal issues at all?
Yeah, he does, actually, Craig. There's a civil suit against Cosby in Los Angeles that's moving forward right now. An attorney for that accuser, Gloria Allred, said Wednesday that they'll be asking the court to allow a second deposition of Bill Cosby in that case. The next hearing for that is mid-August, guys.
Right. our senior national correspondent, Kate Snow for us this morning. Kate, thank you.
All right, time for the boost. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's do it. I'll give it a shot here. If you think that your neighborhood bar or restaurant has pretty good customer service, wait until you see this. There's a restaurant in Dublin, Ireland, taking customer service to a whole new level. A bartender named Frankie removed one of the patio umbrellas from the restaurant that he works at, and he used it to walk a customer home in the rain. Frankie at the Ponds, going above and beyond. One can only assume that Frankie got a pretty good tip, too.
Oh, and that's just good energy to do that.
Yeah.
That's sweet.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Joe Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Hey, Today in 30, I just left the studio and I'm in the car going home, and I'm so proud of Today She Made It and how strong our entrepreneur we featured is today. We both grew up with skin insecurities, and she turned it into quite a business. So I hope you'll check it out.
We are back with one of our favorite series here, She Made It, and an amazing story of how one woman built a booming business inspired by her biggest insecurity.
I love this one. CocoKind is a major skincare brand that's known for its superfood ingredients like matcha and turmeric. But what you might not know is that CocoKind's founder, Priscilla Tsai, struggled for years with hormonal acne before she created her own solution. And now she's sharing it with the world. Take a look.
Skin anxiety is very similar to body anxiety, and it's almost like the psychological effects are greater than sometimes the physical effects of having skin issues.
Priscilla Tsai and I have something in common, and it runs skin deep. So this story is really impactful for me because I grew up with really bad skin. It was called pizza face, didn't go to school, would cry in bed. When I think back, it was such a traumatic experience from my childhood. What do you remember about having bad skin from your childhood?
I dealt with, going to prom and trying to find a quote unquote like high back dress, which there are not a lot of. And so to me, it was about feeling like someone was not looking at me or seeing me, but instead just staring at my skin.
Priscilla's insecurities followed her through school and into her first job on Wall Street.
I was working 12 to 14 hours a day, and every morning I would just put on a ton of makeup using a brush, and then I would go to work. I would do that same cycle during lunchtime because I would feel like my makeup was making me break out. I wouldn't go to lunch sometimes with my coworkers because of that.
Priscilla spent her free time buying raw ingredients and mixing up her own formulas at home, and eventually quit her job to create her own skincare line. Did you say to yourself, I know nothing about skincare except that I don't like mine. All right, I'm in finance, but I want to be in skincare. What was that first step?
So at first, it's just about getting the knowledge and making sure I was talking to the right people, whether it was a chemist or a product developer, or business people to help me figure out what licenses do I need, what insurance do I need, basic things like that.
CocoKind officially launched in 2015 with 5 products, including a cleansing oil, skin butter, and lip balm.
We launched a website, but no one really comes to a website when they don't know who you are.
She started by pitching her product to local Whole Food stores, sending samples, and following up a lot.
We actually got on the shelves of Whole Foods within like 2 months of quote unquote launching. And so that helped us get revenue immediately and pay for our next production runs.
Today, CocoKind is available in 5,000 stores nationwide, including every Whole Foods in the U.S. And CocoKind has over 85,000 followers on TikTok.
So when we launch a product that is helpful for acne, we show actually someone who has acne. Of course, we're not going to show someone who has perfect skin, and we're not going to have these very unrealistic before and afters. We've all been there, and we know that we're tired of that marketing.
What would you say to that young girl out there watching who is struggling with skin issues now?
I would say that you're beautiful and that skin is something that is so unique, and the challenges that you face, you are not alone in that whatsoever. Now I look at my skincare journey and I realize like that's part of who I am, and that's part of what makes my individual beauty so unique.
Wow. Really a beautiful story, and how a childhood insecurity could wind up being your future. Sure. And so we have some of the most popular products here. I wanted to highlight one that's our Phoebe, our producer's favorite.
Okay.
It's a My Matcha Stick. It's a lip balm, but it has coconut oil, matcha, and beeswax in it. Ooh. And it's an all-over moisture stick. So you could use it under your eyes, just as a little spruce up. So I'm going to send you home with one to try it out. And your beautiful mama with her beautiful eyes to try it too.
That.
Yeah.
This is really cool.
Yeah, it's a beautiful story.
And thank you for sharing that.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This could be our favorite segment yet. So if your idea of cooling down is to grab a big spoon and dig into a frosty treat, you are in the right place.
Yeah, I call it mom tax. I just steal the kids. July is National Ice Cream Month. So we asked lifestyle expert and Amazon Live host Alejandro Ramos for some cool tools to enhance your ice cream experience. Check it out.
There are few tastier ways of staying cool during these hot summer months and with some delicious ice cream. Whether you love eating it, want to try your hand at making it, or maybe even play with it, I've got the scoop on the hottest ice cream products and gadgets that are going to add a whole sprinkle of fun to your summer. Imagine having your very own ice cream parlor right in your own kitchen. You kind of can now with the Chef and Sweet Spot ice cream maker from Williams-Sonoma. This comes with a base that you pop in your freezer overnight, you pour in an ice cream mix and whatever your favorite toppings are. I went with vanilla and sprinkles for that birthday cake flavor. Then you push it around with the included paddles, just like they do at the ice cream shop. In a few minutes, you have your own homemade ice cream, just the way you like it. If Sundays are more your thing, Dash makes these very cute mini waffle bowl makers. Pour in a little batter, it takes about 3 to 5 minutes, and you get these super cute waffle cone bowls. You can add ice cream, your favorite toppings. Sunday fun day anytime you want. Every ice cream shop needs the right tools. Zeril has been making ice cream scoops since 1935. They've got heat conductive liquid sealed into the center. It works with your own body heat, so no matter how hard that ice cream is, you're gonna get a perfect scoop every single time. Nobody wants a bowl of melted ice cream. That's why you should get yourself a set of these bowls from Nordstrom. They're insulated and they keep your cold foods and ice cream cold so you can enjoy every single bite without the mess. Plus, when you've got the perfect bowl, you also need a perfect spoon. These mood spoons change color when you dip them into cold temperatures. How cool is that? You've heard of avocado toast, but have you heard of avocado sprinkles? These super cute avocado-shaped sprinkles from Wilton look like little slices of avocado and are the perfect topper for all your favorite ice cream treats. But don't worry, they don't taste like guacamole. If you're more into ice pops and ice cream, get yourself a set of these ice pop holders. You can use them with any kind of pop. You just put the handle right in and it'll catch all the drips while you enjoy your ice pop. At the end, you can even use this little straw to make sure you don't waste a single drop. Want to get the kids involved? Get yourself one of these super fun ice cream balls. You put rock salt and water on one side, and then you put your favorite ice cream mix and toppings on the other side. Then you let the kids throw it around, kick it, have fun with it for about 15 to 30 minutes. When you open it back up, you're gonna have freshly churned homemade ice cream the whole family will enjoy. No matter what the nutrition facts say, I think the perfect ice cream serving size is a whole pint. Best eaten on the couch while watching your favorite shows. But if you want to keep the ice cream from melting and your hands warm, get yourself a set of these cozies. I found them on Amazon. They work with any kind of pint you buy at the grocery store, and they even have a little slot to hold your spoon when you need to use the remote. Okay, so since we've been talking about ice cream, I can't go without sharing one of my all-time favorite ice cream secrets. Say you don't finish the whole pint all in one shot while watching your shows. I don't always. Before you put it back in the freezer, get out one of those zipped freezer bags and pop it in there first. Seal it up nice and tight. This is gonna prevent air from hitting the ice cream. It's gonna prevent that freezer burn, those little crystals that totally ruin it. But the best part is that it's gonna keep it from freezing too hard. So you're always gonna get that creamy, scoopable, luscious, perfect ice cream every single time you indulge. Hope you guys love these tips. Have the most amazing summer.
To check out those ice cream gadgets, click on that QR code right there on your screen. Head to today.com/shop.
Be sure to join us tomorrow. Duran Duran is treating us to some new music.
Savannah picked the wrong week to take off, right? Have a great day. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow.
Hey, gang, and welcome to Today All Day. I've had a chance to interview so many amazing people here at Today, and I'm very excited to share some of my favorite interviews with you. And over the next 30 minutes, you'll see stories on mental health, music, and a whole lot more. I hope you enjoy and maybe even learn a little something along the way.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed. It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
For a long time, I sort of suffered in silence. This series is trying to shine a light on these topics.
There is no stigma to me. It's mine.
All right, we got our rock star panel here. Let's meet them. Alana Riley, 15 from Maryland. What's up, Alana? Great to see you. Also, Christopher Gomez, 17 from Florida. What up, Chris?
Nice to meet you, man.
You too, man. And Ella Jacobs, also 17 from Maryland. Ella, great to see you.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Great to have you guys. Alana, let me just start with you. What is this last pandemic? How has it affected your mental health?
Oh my God. Well, I know that I can speak for everybody, but this was like life-changing, getting taken out of school, not being able to see friends as often, family, At first, it was really hard to deal with, but I think as time went by, it got a little bit easier because we saw more hope and, it was a lot more to take in.
Yeah. So it feels better now.
Yes, than it did at the beginning of 2020, 100%.
Chris, how about you? How did the pandemic affect your mental health, would you say?
I mean, honestly, I would say that it's been really difficult. I mean, especially in the first months when, we were all just locked in, just staying home and not doing much. I mean, it was a huge, huge change. I mean, just going quickly from one second to another, from being in school, seeing everyone, and then just being completely cut off immediately. It really affected me, and I'm pretty sure it really affected all teenagers. But I think that, like Lana was saying, it's been a little bit easier now. I mean, things have kind of softened up, started going back to school, even if it's in a weird way with masks or only half the kids are on campus or something like that. It's definitely gotten a lot better recently.
You know, it's also weird, Chris, that I remember when it first started, it was like the world stopped. And then for the first couple of weeks, it almost seemed kind of fun at home. Like there was no structure yet from parents, and every night felt like Friday night kinda. And then like the reality hit once you had to like really start zooming in school and paying attention. Like it was a real roller coaster.
Well, yeah, because originally, we were all told that this is going to be, a week, maybe 2 weeks.
Right.
So everyone just thought that this was going to be like if there was a hurricane or like something like that, and you just had a week off of school or something like that. And then we started to notice that this was going to be for a lot longer.
Yeah, you're right. It had that like, it's just a passing storm. Then all of a sudden reality hit that it was going to be here for, over a year. Hey, Ella, how about you? How do you think the pandemic affected your mental health?
Oh gosh, I completely agree with Chris and Lana. And I think that for me, it just made the world a bit grayer, and it made me realize how much I was relying on seeing friends and relying on that structure. So when that had kind of dissolved, I was forced to focus on myself and realized that I had, I couldn't be happy just by myself. And it made me realize, wow, well, maybe that's a problem. And also, just the feeling of uncertainty, especially as, we're young people, we're looking forward to going to college and studying abroad. And I was going to go on a trip to see a friend abroad. And then all of a sudden we're faced with all this uncertainty about our future. So it really made things gray for a while. But same as Chris and Lana, I think I've learned to become stronger through this experience and adapt to uncertainty just a little bit. So that's made it better.
Lana, what's been the hardest part for you? Like what's been the really hard thing to struggle with?
Well, for me personally, it would have to be not being able to see friends, especially in like the school environment. I went to public school, so it was like seeing my friends every day to not seeing them for 3 or 4 months at a time. And, that was really hard for me, especially when I'm such a social person. I kind of thrive around the people and the teenagers and everybody being around me. So.
Right. Chris, specifically, what did you struggle with most, would you say?
Well, I would say that I kind of struggled with the friend aspect, but more important for me was, especially when the school year started, how like extracurriculars and all that kind of stuff just kind of went away. I mean, so like me personally, like I do broadcast journalism in my school. So basically kind of something like this. And we couldn't do stories. Like we had no opportunities to leave our houses. So since we couldn't leave our houses, there was nothing else we could do. So, I mean, at the least you can be on a phone call with your friends, but when it comes to like extracurriculars and stuff like that, you just can't do them at all.
Right. Ella, when did you first notice on TikTok that there was this sort of therapy community there that you could tap into?
I think I focused or I figured this out around fall. At this point, I was sort of settling into quarantine and I wasn't able to see my friends, but they were sending me all these TikToks. And I was like, I should get this app. And then after I got the app, I really noticed that it wasn't just singing and dancing like most people think when they download TikTok. And there were people on there who really wanted to help others and share this message that like, this is a crazy time, but you're not alone. And I remember seeing videos about it's okay to not be productive. And that's something I struggle with, defining my value around like linking it to my productivity. And these people were saying it's okay to take care of yourself and put yourself first. And that really meant a lot to me at that time.
Lana, how about you? When did you first kind of discover the TikTok therapy?
Well, I've been on TikTok for a really long time. It's always been like the app where we talk to our friends and send each other silly videos. But definitely during that March and April of last year, when it first started, TikTok would insert little ads that are like, it's okay to take a break from your phone. Like, we know you have nothing better to do. Right. So that's when I started noticing it. I was like, wow, they're really trying to say, like, take care of yourself. This is a hard time. And then the more I scrolled and the darker it seemed, like there was more people coming out and being like, there are other ways to like express yourself and there's other ways to stay calm and productive during this time, but also making sure people feel like if they needed to go to therapy to cope with, if they had a loss in the family or just, talking about what's going on, that it was normal and that therapy is very normal for teenagers and young adults.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends in today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
Yes. This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid. It is.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It's Chris, when I think of TikTok, I just think of, Charlie D'Amelio or Addison Rae or one of these TikTokers who are dancing and have 100 million followers. When did you first realize that TikTok was a platform, Chris, that could offer therapy?
Well, it took me a little bit, to be honest with you. It's like you're saying, like that stigma for TikTok is just kind of like, it's an app that you get on and you scroll through it and whatever. You pretty much get nothing out of it.
You're mindless. You're just scrolling.
Yeah, you're just mindless scrolling. And you sit there and you're there an hour and you didn't even notice that you were there an hour. But then you finally, or at least personally, like I finally noticed that there are definitely people on TikTok that aren't on there just to get views. Like there are people there that are actually trying to help the teenage community, and they realize that TikTok and these social media platforms are some of the best ways to get to these kind of people, to get to kids. And like Lana was saying, it's really important that we need to normalize this kind of therapy, especially in such a difficult time for teenagers, adults, for pretty much everyone, that this is normal and that struggling during this time isn't a bad thing.
Ella, do your friends talk about therapy or mental health or anxiety? Is this a normal course of discussion for Gen Z?
Absolutely. I think that our generation is really different from previous generations in that we're okay with admitting that we go to therapy. And the way I see it, therapy and your mental health shouldn't be any different from other self-care. The way that you would go to the dentist if you had a toothache, the same thing applies to if you're feeling mentally. It's just as important to check up. So my friends, when I think almost all my friends go to therapy, I remember telling my mom that. I'm like, yeah, it's almost weird not to go to therapy.
Right. It's like the summer camp.
In my opinion, it shouldn't be a luxury to go to therapy, and you shouldn't have this big like pressing ailment in order to go to therapy. It should just be regular maintenance. And a lot of the times my friends getting their parents to be on the same wavelength and see that is really difficult because they come from a different generation. But I think definitely our generation is making strides to push for normalcy in terms of getting help and going to therapy.
That's so well said, and I hope that's true, that it's normalizing, and I love that analogy. I think in the same way that so many people go to the gym, you would just go to therapy. From my generation, Gen X, Lana, the old folks, we were either normal or crazy. That was how you defined society. And when I was growing up, when I was your guys' age, I was a nervous wreck. And I know now that I just had general anxiety disorder and panic attacks, but they weren't defined. And I thought I was in the crazy category. And we didn't talk with our parents about this sort of stuff. Lana, do you feel like that's changing now with your group of friends and your generation?
Oh, 100%. Like Ella said, it's almost weird not to go to therapy because among our generation, we're definitely known for making jokes out of typically serious situations.
Yeah.
So one of the ways we can relate is being like, oh my God, like I went to therapy today, or like just making making it lighter, a lighter topic of discussion. But, I can even see it with my grandparents. Like when I say, oh, I have a therapy session today, they kind of shift and get uncomfortable because
like what's wrong with you?
Yeah. But I learned to love myself with my anxiety as well. I also got GAD. And I've learned to be okay with that because it's also within my friend group and it's within my whole generation.
Right. Hey, Chris, what do you think it is about these TikTok videos and TikTok therapy in particular that really hits home?
I mean, I think it hits home because it's very familiar, right? So like, it's not as uncomfortable as, or not necessarily uncomfortable, but it's not just like you have to sit down and you have to look at someone face to face and you have to tell him, these are my problems. This is what's happening. This is kind of something that you can do on your own, which I think is really important. A lot of this kind of general anxiety and all this kind of stuff has to do with kind of self-help. I mean, going to therapy is really good, but a lot of it, you just have to work on yourself, right?
Yeah.
And I think that in TikTok and these social medias, it's really helpful, the fact that you're able to just look at your screen and look at something and see something that's so convenient that doesn't cost anything, and it be able to affect you and kind of help you and walk you through it. I mean, it's not a cure for anything, but it definitely helps.
Not a knock on Charlie D'Amelio dance videos, but when I'm done watching them, I don't really get anything out of it. You guys may get dance moves and share it with your friends. But when I'm on TikTok therapies hashtag and I'm scrolling through and I see the hundreds of doctors that are in the community, and they're just, everything I see is really inspirational. And the user experience actually makes me feel better inside. Would you agree with that, Chris?
Yeah, I would, because you're not the only one, right? Like when you're seeing a therapist, you're sitting there, you're one-on-one, and you don't know what other clients they have. You don't know who else is getting therapy. And I mean, it's not your business, but it's kind of nice to know that there are other people that are going through the same thing that you are. And just kind of going back to what we were talking about before, personally, for me, I think it's more than just a generational thing, right? So like Lana was saying how like your parents or your grandparents, like they kind of wince at the fact that you're going to therapy. But I think a lot of it has to do with a cultural thing too. So like personally, like I'm Hispanic, right? And there's a huge negative stigma against going to therapy, getting help and getting stuff like that. It's kind of just, you need to figure it out and you need to be okay. And it's been hard in that sense, but I think that TikTok and all these other apps kind of help bridge that gap together and help you get the help that you need.
How have you been able to do that successfully with your parents and your family?
Well, I mean, my parents specifically have been very supportive of me, and so have my grandparents, but I feel like in general, like the community is just very negative about it. I feel like a lot of them don't have people that they know that have been to therapy, but I feel like the second that you know someone or like you get to know them, you realize that they're not just an oddball or they're not a weird person. Like the majority of the time, you wouldn't even know that someone was going to therapy, right? So I think it's just really important for specifically minority communities to kind of understand that this is something that's normal and that it's not old-fashioned. It's not like you were saying, you're not either sane or crazy. There's like it's in between. It's not just black and white. There's definitely a gray area there. So I think it's just really important for them to get it. Say again?
We're all works in progress, you know?
Yeah, we're all works in progress. We're not all we're not perfect, but we're not also absolute garbage either, right? Like we're all like a little place in between.
And by the way, I mean, as a parent of a 12-year-old, I'd rather if my son had a friend who was in therapy, I'd almost be thrilled because it means like he's working on himself and like he's like going to be in shape mentally. And I think that's just a good thing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I think that analogy that you were talking about, the gym, how you go to the gym to kind of keep yourself in shape.
Yeah.
Therapy is exactly the same thing. All you're doing is just keeping your mental health in shape.
Alana, the word therapy to me also kind of connotates like this 1% play, like who can afford therapy? Like it sounds like it's a real privileged thing. Some of this is really therapy can just be communication, right? With your peers, with your friends, opening up with your priest or with somebody that you trust. Wouldn't you agree?
I 100% agree. Therapy isn't just let me pay somebody like much money an hour so I can talk about my problems. Therapy as a whole is just finding ways to express how you feel and how to heal yourself from whatever trauma or childhood or even adulthood that you experience. It's all about just finding yourself and feeling comfortable in yourself and being able to make certain decisions with thinking clearer or, you know, doing things that maybe you wouldn't normally do, or if you were having a bad day, being able to cope with it instead of just crying or drinking or something like that most people do and cope with. So yes, to answer your question, I 100% agree. It's not just the person.
Right. And Ella, don't you think like mental health can be heavy, right? It can be like, oh, it's like lofty. Like, I don't really want to go there right now. Something about TikTok and the TikTok therapy platform that I love so much is that it's just kind of quick. Like you can get a little good thought. You know what? I just need like a good positive thought right now. And you can scroll and get 10 of them in a row and then move on in your life.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's been totally accessible to someone like me in our generation who, I don't mean to fill the stereotype, but I will admit my attention span has shortened. And these 15 to 1 minute videos are just something that really grasps my attention when I don't feel like watching a whole TED Talk. It's a little bit of self-care tips that can help me, like, remind me to drink water or something that TikTok has definitely helped me with is the recognizing the warning signs to say, oh, you've been feeling weighed down. You might be a little depressed. You should remember to take care of yourself. You should remember to check in on your friends. Because a lot of the times, when I have sought therapy or sought help, it's been the result of having a breakdown and the culmination of not speaking up, the culmination of keeping things buried and deep down. And it's gotten to the breaking point when I said, oh yeah, I need to get therapy. And I would really like to not have that happen to other people, where they can recognize the signs early on so it doesn't get to a tipping point.
Right.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
So this is for all of you. Help me help parents watching right now who have teenagers and they're really worried about them and they can't tell if they're just a little sad, a little blue, a little tired, or really are showing some signs of something that could be more than that. How should parents approach their kids?
Well, I know that when I got approached with the idea of therapy, it was in a calm, not like invasive space. So definitely sitting your child down, making sure that they know that they still love them and they'll still care about them, but introducing it slowly, saying like, oh, there's a person I want you to meet, or, oh, I think we should start, openly communicating with the idea of therapy, or even just going on YouTube and looking up like what a therapy session could look like, and making sure that the child definitely feels comfortable so we don't create another environment where a whole nother generation goes with thinking that you're either crazy or not crazy.
Right. Wow, that's great. Well said. Chris, what about you?
I mean, I think that the most important thing for parents would be to be compassionate, right? To kind of try to understand that we come from a different time than they do, and that all these problems necessarily aren't as bad as some might make them seem, right? And I also think that something that's super important is that, like, at least personally, right, I was very anti-therapy at the beginning, right? When my parents first came to me and they told me about this, I was like, no, I don't want to do this. And I think that that's something important for parents to accept. But then later on, like, I kind of came around to the idea, kind of got adjusted to it. And I thought that it would be a good idea. So I think that that parents should kind of approach their kids with this, but I definitely don't think that it should be something that's forced. Because the second that you force therapy or you force someone to do it like this, they're going to completely close off and it's not going to help at all, right? And then at that point, we're talking about like the spending of the money. You're just spending money for nothing at that point, right? You're not benefiting from it. You're not getting anything out of it. So I think that the most important thing is that it should be a kid's choice on whether they want to get therapy or not.
I think that's well said. And then adding on what Lana said, do it in an environment that's safe and it's loving. Yeah. It's like, hey, look, there's somebody you can go and talk to. Just try it. The experience might be fun. You might walk out of there feeling actually amazing and seen and heard and not awkward. So I think that's good advice. While I have all three of you, I just would be remiss if I just didn't ask, what else? Like, what else can we do for Gen Z? I mean, this TikTok therapy is a whole revelation for me, and I hope it helps people watching. Is there anything else we're missing that as older generations that we can do to help you guys?
I would just like to add that if you're a parent, getting your child therapy is not a mark of you failing as a parent.
Great point.
I think not getting them therapy when they say, I want therapy, is a mark of failing, because, that is, like I said, maintenance, that is help to your kid, and it's preventative action so that they don't have these dark emotions dragging them down for the rest of their life. You can change your kid's life now, so just be open-minded, and maybe get on TikTok yourself if you want to see what it's about. I think we hold all these stereotypes and prejudices against things we don't know of, things that are foreign to us, but there doesn't have to be a generational gap. Just open dialogue and creating a comfortable environment and really trying to understand what your kid is going through. No other generation has really had this giant pandemic, and they've had other social events impact their life, but this is something unique to us. So yeah, just trying to understand.
Wow, that's so great. Great point. Alana, what about you? What else can we do? What are we missing? Help me out.
One of the things I'd like to add is that when it comes to Gen Z, not to put us in this bubble and stereotype, but the fact that everyone finds comfort and everyone finds a sense of sanity in different things. So being more acceptance of maybe them wanting to sprout out to art or a sport, or even little crystals that people believe in that have a certain power, and just religion, just being accepting of everybody as a whole, because everyone finds their sanity differently, so not being like, ew, you draw, that's nerdy,
right.
They might find their comfort and their bubble in that.
Right. And we should be accepting of those things, of course.
Yeah.
Great point. Chris, how about you? What else you want to add? What are we missing?
Well, something that I think, this is actually something that my therapist, it was an analogy that she had used, and I think it's actually really important. I think that the older generations need to stop thinking that everything in life is going to be a right angle, that everything's just going to look perfect. It's going to be a 90-degree angle and it's going to be perfect. But there's always going to be deviations, right? It's not just a straight path. There are going to be curves and there's going to be bumps along the road. And I think that people need to accept the fact that there are going to be difficult times and not shy away from them, not ignore them, not bury them, push them down. I think that the most important thing is to try to face these problems. And like you were saying, for parents to just help their kids face these problems, to figure this stuff out, because it's a lot easier to kind of handle all of this stuff when you're a kid than it is when you're an adult, right? So we have to worry about school and all that kind of stuff, right? But school doesn't have the same stress as a job, right? Of taking care of a family, of things like that. So if we can try to just nail these things down and help our anxieties, our depressions, our mental illnesses right now, it's going to be really helpful for everyone, not just ourselves, but our kids and people in our lives.
And you guys are all so smart, man. I have such faith in the future of this country if it's in the three of your hands. This has been so enlightening, and I'm so impressed with all three of you, and I can't thank you enough. And I hope people watching this, both parents and your own fellow peers, just also walk away with, let's just be kinder to one another. Let's just be more accepting of people's differences. Let's not judge them, and let's just, help each other out, because we're all in it together. And you guys are leading the way for that. So thanks for your time.
Today All Day, we've got a great show for you on this Tuesday morning, including an all-day exclusive chat you can only see here, plus Al's latest attempt at a world record. We have all the details on this year's Rokerthon. But first, let's kick it off with pop star. Chrissy Teigen is back online apologizing after recent accusations of past cyberbullying. Carson has the latest on her recent post. Take a look.
Mr. Daly, time for some pop start.
All right, we're going to do Pop Start right now. We're going to start with Chrissy Teigen. This week, she is back online to address recent accusations of past cyberbullying. With more on that, NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer joins us with that story. Joe, good morning.
Hey there, good morning. Yeah, so for Chrissy Teigen, this is a return to social media, resurfacing after what she calls a very humbling few weeks spent thinking about her past online behavior. This morning, Chrissy Teigen is publicly apologizing, breaking her social media silence to address past tweets and cyberbullying. On Monday, writing in a lengthy blog post, "I know I've been quiet, and Lord knows you don't want to hear about me, but I want you to know I've been sitting in a hole of deserved global punishment, the ultimate sit here and think about what you've done." Last month, Teigen's decade-old tweets resurfaced showing a string of harassment directed at model and TV personality Courtney Stodden. Teigen told the then teenager in one now deleted tweet captured by BuzzFeed she wanted Stodden to take a dirt nap. Stodden, who identifies as non-binary, made headlines in 2011 when they married then 50-year-old actor Doug Hutchison at age 16. The two have since divorced. Teigen first addressed the controversy in May, saying she has tried to connect with Stodden and tweeting, "I'm mortified and sad at who I used to be. I was an insecure, attention-seeking troll. I'm so sorry, Courtney." Late Monday, fashion designer Michael Costello posted screenshots of Instagram DMs from Teigen, sharing that he's still traumatized, depressed, and has thoughts of suicide after online interactions with the star back in 2014, and alleges Teigen tried to ruin his career. In her blog post, Teigen says she's privately reaching out to people she has hurt. "Not a day, not a single moment has passed where I haven't felt the crushing weight of regret for the things I've said in the past. I have to stop and wonder, how could I have done that?" Asking not for forgiveness, but for patience, writing, "We are all more than our worst moments." Teigen goes on to say that she'll be taking more time off to be with family and hopes that she will be allowed to own up to these past mistakes in the future.
Joe, thank you very much for that. Next up, Simone Biles, the gymnastics GOAT, has stuck a landing on the latest digital cover of Glamour magazine. The seven-time national gymnastics all-around champ is decked out in red, white, and blue, a celebration of Simone representing Team USA this summer in Tokyo. And she opened up in the magazine on what it's been like preparing for the postponed Olympics, her upcoming all-female gymnastics tour, and taking care of her mental health. She also sat down to debunk some common misconceptions about gymnastics. In this one, she says she hears all the time. It may surprise you.
So gymnastics is not a sport. I hear this a lot, but I feel like every 4 years, everybody tunes in to watch gymnastics, so it's gotta be a sport at least. Right now, I train 32 to 34 hours a week just to compete for about 3 or 4 minutes. It's all sports combined in one. You can't just be fast. You have to have like agility. You have to be able to jump. You have to be able to flip, memorize routines. It's kind of all in one.
Imagine telling Simone Biles
I can't even
gymnastics is not a sport.
No, what?
That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
You can check out Simone's full glamour cover story available online now. For more info on where to find it, you can go to today.com.
She looks amazing, too.
Yeah. I know, she
glams up.
Coming up next on Today Talks, Al's latest attempt at a world record. We'll tell you what he has in store for this year's Rokerthon. Stay with us.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope.
the COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, Rokerthon is back. Al is going for his 10th Guinness World Record. Take a look.
All right, it is time now for Overheard on Third. We just teased it because this is huge. Rokerthon is coming back. And he just made the announcement this morning. It's time to set another Guinness World Record. Can we just recap some of the things Al has done already? Sure. A 34-hour marathon weather forecast.
I thought he was going to die during that one.
We all did.
Dylan was hoping.
It got questionable. It got real questionable there for a second. You thought I had a cat. You also reported the weather in all 50 states in just 1 week. And you made sandwiches with 60 chefs over Zoom during the pandemic. So, what is the big reveal for this? Okay.
Well, this year, it starts on Monday, and you can catch it on our air, and the whole thing will be streaming on today.com. We are going to be doing a live streaming weather forecast from all 50 states live. All together. It's going to take a number of hours to do, but
like handing it off?
Handing it off.
Oh, that's fun.
Instead of passing a baton, we will be passing a beach ball. So all of our stations will be coming from recreation areas, beaches, things
fun.
like that.
That's a great idea. Summer forecast.
Parks. Yeah, all as we reopen America, baby.
That's cool. That's I feel like it's a combination of all your Rokerthons.
Yes. So we after a while, what are you?
Fun fact, do you know how many world records Al Roker has?
No.
What'd you say? 9. Wow. Oh, you were listening earlier.
And 9's my number.
Yeah.
What is
9. He has 9.
It is 9.
He has 9.
Wait, 9
He has 9 world records.
Yes.
Can you really quickly blow through them?
You don't know them. You don't know all 9. There's no way.
Okay.
Go.
We did a 34-hour live weather broadcast.
Okay.
We also did 50 states in 5 days.
Okay.
We did we did the sandwiches. That's the last one. We did a college. We did 5 colleges where we did crab walking. Well, no, but there were 5 colleges.
and you did a world
each
record.
day we did a world record.
You do remember all your records.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
So there you have it. Okay.
Is that a record for world records?
Yes, but I don't think we're even close.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well,
we're going to get him there,
that's
though.
the next
We got plenty of time.
That's right. Rokerthon 50. Okay. Is it ever okay as a parent to tell your kids a little white lie?
Yes, absolutely.
Like what?
We're out of candy. We're out of whatever sweet they want in the pantry.
Well, we asked because on TikTok there's a video of mom tricks going viral. Sky Lefebvre talked about little lies that she tells her kids, like how they have to turn the TV off because the people in the TV need to go to sleep. So
that's actually a good one.
I do like that one.
I mean, I just said to Calvin yesterday, I mean, I guess it's kind of true, but he didn't want to eat the salad. He wanted the salad, then he, of course, didn't want to eat it. I'm like, well, you have to eat the salad because it prevents you from getting sick. Well, actually, no. That's not a lie. True. That's kind of true.
It's true. If you don't want your kid to get scurvy.
Yeah, that's true.
Scurvy's not scurvy.
The only thing my mom ever told me is if I frown, my face would get stuck that way.
Oh, yeah.
You see, I'm an overall kind of a happy person.
That's why.
Or if you swallow gum, it sits in your stomach for 8 years.
That's true.
It is not true.
I don't think
It
that's
is
true.
not true.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, just 48 hours until my skydiving adventure, we'll have all the latest on my big jump.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna, I get more advice on my big jump. Plus, it's Tuesday with a twist. We want you to pick an outfit and send it in to Hoda and Jenna's social media pages. Check it out. You know what? The countdown is starting to give me the nerves.
Oh, I think we should ask Tina Fey if she thinks it's a good idea if you jump.
I'm sure the answer is going to be no,
Wow.
because that's what everybody's been saying.
Well-
But I do like one of the things that has been making me feel, first of all, blocking it completely out makes me feel better.
Do you think about okay,
No.
you don't?
No.
And until we bring it up on the show,
Yes,
you're not
and then
thinking
I
about
kind
it.
of panic internally for a few minutes, and then I block it out
You know
again.
what? You're good at compartmentalizing your stuff.
think
You
I
put
am.
stuff in certain pockets.
Until it explodes.
Until it blows like Mount Etna and everyone take cover. Okay, because that happens. Okay, we've been getting advice for Jenna. So here is our latest advice. This is from Mary, let's see.
Mary from Mount Airy, Maryland.
wait,
No,
let's do it again.
Mary
Mary from Mount Airy. Mary from Mount Airy, Maryland. She's got advice. She's the wife of a U.S. Marine. And how cool is this? Jenna, she actually went skydiving with the U.S. Army Golden Knights. That's the same group you're jumping
Yeah,
with.
that's the same team that also my grandfather jumped with. So here's what Mary has to say.
The day of my jump, I was thrilled to learn that my tandem instructor and my videographer were both the soldiers that jumped with your grandfather, President Bush. And wow, I mean, if they were trusted with him, then certainly I was in very good hands. The first 3 seconds out of the plane was absolutely terrifying. About 5 seconds in, it was just euphoric. And by the time Mike opened his parachute and we were actually able to talk, I told him, I can't believe you get to do this for your job. And I was ready to go up again.
That was amazing! Oh my God!
Oh my gosh,
my
she was ready to go up
gosh.
again. How about that? 3 seconds of 3 seconds is like
terror.
1, 2, 3, and then it's euphoria.
Okay.
That's what you're gonna have.
I can do it.
Wow.
I know, that's so cool. And I recognize Mike. He did
You
jump
did?
with my grandpa. Yes.
That's Mike.
And I think I'm going to see him Thursday.
I can't wait. It's going to be a lot of
Okay,
fun.
now I'm going to compartmentalize again, and let's
And
talk about
put it-
Jessica Biel. Put it far away.
Bury it like we do our
Deep.
feelings and emotions.
And then I will take it out when I overeat later today.
Or when we overreact to something that wasn't so bad. Don't you do that?
Yes.
Have you ever done that? Like,
Yes.
like I'm trying to back up the car, and like Joel will say, like, okay, a little further, a little further. You're like this, a little further. Not so much. You're like, what? And all of a sudden your head explodes because you remember.
and I feel kind of guilty, but this morning, you know, I woke up at the crack. I wake up earlier than Henry. He'd put out my coffee cup, my to-go mug I love, and my little pod next to the Keurig, and a little spoon. And last night I was like bathing the girls, reading to them. Where's your dad? I mean, I said that out loud. And he came up and he said, I was just cleaning the kitchen. And then this morning when I went down and saw that, so he texted me this morning, that's what I was doing when you said, where is your dad? And it was that like overreaction that was probably bundled up of, you know, other things.
By the way, that's the most beautiful thing in the world.
He was just putting a pot of coffee.
Can I share something that Joel does every morning? And I'm not kidding, this happens every morning. I go downstairs every single morning without fail since we started living together. When I go downstairs in the Keurig, there is a pod and my mug under it. And it's nothing, but it's every single day. So when I walk downstairs, I know that before he went to sleep, because he usually goes to sleep after me because I go to bed.
He thinks about you in the morning.
He thinks about me for a minute.
Well,
yeah.
he doesn't do that every morning, but he did it last night.
But that makes it even more special.
It was
it's
so
a gesture that
sweet
wasn't.
to wake up and see that.
And you're right. You're like, where's your dad? And and he's like cleaning the kitchen and making your coffee.
For the next
What are
morning,
you
I know.
doing?
Why didn't I just keep those words deep down where my
We
skydiving goes?
bury all of
and
our
my
things.
little fat 13-year-old child lives. Can I go
We're going to
back
squish
in there?
everything
Go
in the
back.
box where you belong. All right, so Jessica Biel is talking about, she actually, I don't know if you guys know this, but she had her second baby out of the public eye, and it was during COVID times.
I didn't know that.
Forgot too.
Or maybe we knew it and we forgot, but she and Justin Timberlake welcomed son Phineas last summer, and no one ever even knew she was pregnant.
They are so good at like keeping their stuff tight. So here's what she had to say about motherhood, and she was on Dak Shepard's Armchair Expert podcast. Take a look.
I had like a secret COVID baby.
Wow. Oh my God, congratulations.
Congrats. It wasn't like supposed to be a secret. It was just COVID happened. And then I went to Montana with my family and never left. Someone said to me, 2 is like having 1,000. And that's exactly what it feels like. The balance of everything is very different and super hard. But I agree. I mean, it's amazing. It's so interesting. It's so funny. The conversations I'm having now with my 6-year-old is so cool. Like, he's a real person.
Yeah.
Saying the funniest stuff, and he's so sensitive and tender.
That's
like listening to
that's, by the way, just, we want to talk about having one child and 2 children, but Dak Shepard is really getting all the guests. And by the way, how about Jessica, who never speaks about these things, talking about that, feeling comfortable and safe?
There's something in his podcast that allows people the space to just speak their truth, you know?
Because Prince Harry was on his podcast and gave a lot of, secret information.
And interesting, to go from 1 to 2 is not easy.
Which was harder, 1 to 2 or 2 to 3?
I think...
After 2, is it just like, oh, well?
I think because everybody says, oh, after 2, everything's just, so then you think it's going to be easier. I think anytime you add a child into the mix, it's a little tricky. And like when she says, I hate the word balance, but I think what she means is till you figure out the rhythm.
The rhythm.
You know?
And how do you, like if you have 3 kids, you need 3 car seats.
Yeah.
That's a lot of, there's like,
we didn't, I wanted a minivan. Yeah. Because I wanted more space.
Yeah, you need room.
But we just kept our same car and then just jammed 3 in the back.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right, so Tuesday is usually today, but we're gonna take a little break because we actually need your help in a big, big way.
Okay, every week you guys vote on 3 pre-selected wardrobe choices for each of us, but we want you to actually help pick the outfits out themselves.
The 3. We don't want to give you 3 and say pick one. We just want you to go to like the store, basically online,
Zara,
and pick something for us. So head to Hoda and Jenna social media pages, our Twitter, Facebook, Insta stories. Anyway, we're gonna have some shoppable links for dresses, jumpsuits, pants, and blouses.
Yeah, just send us the shoppable links. You send us what you think we should wear, and who knows, your pick may just turn
Wouldn't
up.
that be cool? I bet you there's
I like that idea.
Yeah, I love that too.
Because really, we're just shopping from our own closet, and people don't seem to like our closet.
Well, because it's the same old stuff. All right, guys, we love a cute video, and Meghan Trainor, whom we adore, posted the cutest video of her 4-month-old son, Riley. First of all, I cannot believe Riley is already 4 months.
And speaking like a genius.
Well, these were apparently his very first words. Please listen extra closely.
I love you. I love you. We're gonna count it.
Wait, roll it again. We have to roll it again. Okay, that was so clear. That was like, that was clear. By the way, they were celebrating Daryl. Wait. Yes, he said it. Riley said it. It's Daryl's birthday, by the way. That was Daryl's birthday, the 29th. It was his 29th birthday.
But okay, I love you. It took how until he was almost 2 to say I love you. For 4-month-old to speak like that?
2?
No,
almost 2.
I mean, but I'm like 18 months. To say that at 4 months, that kid's a genius.
He said, maybe because they're always singing in the house, I bet, and there's always, lots of words and singing.
Are you saying that to make me feel better? I'm going to go and sing.
I mean,
remember your kid's first words?
I mean, I kind of think, because they go like da. Jimmy Fallon, he made every kid do that.
Well, it's also just true.
What about yours?
Da.
Because it's easy.
My first word, da. No, mama's harder to say. Which is ridiculous because we're the ones that grew the humans in us.
One of my favorite dinner party conversations, I was sitting next to Meredith Vieira, and Meredith goes, You know, on your first kid, you remember everything you write down in the book. You have the book and you have the shoes and the baby, but you know, just the second and third kid, you're like, I don't know. Just my third kid was like, hey, what was my first word? And she goes, balloon. And her kid goes, balloon? I had 2 syllables. She goes, yeah. And I go, really? She goes, no. Give them a memory. Just move on. I thought that was so funny. Just give them a memory.
How many times do I say I have 2 girls and you're like, and the boy, my girls, and your son? No, but I think also it makes the third. You're the youngest, right?
I'm the middle. I'm the GM.
I was like, I think sometimes the youngest is just super chill because they've kind of been ignored.
Well, yeah, I think there is something about, because think about how we hovered over our first and our second were just kind of looser and they were like so much cooler. And we're like, why is she so much cooler in that way, calmer?
Yes.
But that's because of us. Yeah. We did it.
We do everything that's bad.
How are you?
I'm okay. Thank you guys for having me. This is so nice.
Craig, this book is personal, and it's very vulnerable. You know, I think Hoda and I are both so proud of you because we see you as this friend and this colleague who's buttoned up and telling the news, and I can tell you're a little bit
uncomfortable,
a little nervous about telling your own story, but it is brave. So, what ultimately made you decide to do this?
A couple of things. I mean, my dad and I just got to such a good point. And he and I had some conversations about his story doing some good, and he wanted to do some good. And then the pandemic hit. I had a lot more free time on my hands, so both of those things just sort of converged, and that's how we got it.
Did you ever think you'd see your dad go to AA? I mean, like you said, you knew him your whole life.
No.
Were you shocked when finally the intervention happened and finally he said yes to it? Because he still needs to say yes.
Stunned.
Yeah.
Because we tried before. Yeah. I mean, we tried interventions over the years and it just didn't stick. And this time, the last time we did it, we enlisted a professional. And that made all the difference. We enlisted a professional, and I write about it in the book. It also helps. It's funny now, it wasn't funny at the time. It also helps that when we had the intervention, he was blackout drunk. The next morning, I called the facility where he went, and I checked in on him, and the doctor was like, "Oh, yeah, he's fine now. He's in our sober tank." He didn't remember going.
I think the other part of this story is that it's a true love story because it's about forgiveness.
Yeah.
It is.
And redemption.
It is.
And grace.
Yes.
And those are things that I think we see glimmers of them in our society, but not like as clearly as I think you were raised to see.
It became apparent to me over the last couple of years, especially, that I had to forgive my dad. Not for him, for me. Yeah. I had to forgive him for myself. But I also wrote this to help him understand that he's forgiven. Because for a number of years, he would feel so bad about the years that he missed and how he wasn't really there. And I wanted him to know. While he's, still with us. I wanted to give him his flowers to make sure he understood all is right.
Well, you gave him his flowers. He gave you that letter that you talked about. Those were your flowers. And we know that faith is like real big in your heart. You talk about it here. You feel it. We feel it from you. And how special it is. There's one particular hymn that you love. It's called "Guide Me, O Thou Great Jehovah."
Yes.
Well, New Life Baptist Church.
No, they didn't.
Oh, yes, we did, honey. Let's take a listen.
It's my childhood
to that.
church.
Listen.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Oh. That's my Aunt Wanda on the far left. That's my childhood church.
Yeah, I know. And that's your aunt at the end?
That's who you went with. Your grandma took you there, right?
Oh, I grew up. You have no idea how much that means to me. I was shaped and molded and formed by that church. By that, I sang in the choir, 40 years ago with my grandma in that church.
And there's your Aunt Wanda. I didn't know your Aunt Wanda was in that number.
Her nickname's Boo.
Well, we love Boo, but we love you more. So good luck and enjoy your book tour.
Yeah,
and
we're
just
so proud
receive
of you.
all the goodness that's coming to you. You can.
I know we're not supposed to be hugging.
Oh, we love you. Happy Father's Day.
Thank you. Just so sweet.
Happy Father's Day.
Today Talks continues after the break. My exclusive chat with Hoda you can only see here on Today All Day.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day.
Yeah, we had so many great guests today that we loved. We loved seeing Tina Fey in the flesh. That was crazy. We keep saying that she was our very first guest in the studio, but quite frankly, your dad might have been our very first guest.
Why did we say that?
I think we said it because your dad was in a different category.
Well,
he's a former president, and most of it was on the plaza, except for an interview I did, right, in these exact chairs.
Actually, Al came up this morning.
Yeah.
First of all, to hear Al's music playing, and Al's always like, hey, morning, JBH. He's like, why are they saying she's the first guest? And I was like, oh, that's a good point.
Well, I mean, I think like the first kind of entertainment, like guest that isn't a regular guest that we would have on our show. Your dad was an exception in the category, all by himself. But by the way, Girls 5 Eva, please listen to that song called I'm Afraid. But don't do it with your kids in the room.
Does it have bad words?
Yes. Not terrible words, but words that you don't want to explain to your kid. It's so hilarious and silly, but it's so funny to hear great singers like Sarah Bareilles and Renee Elise Goldsberry and Busy Phillips and Paula singing beautiful songs, but that are crazy sounding. It's a good one.
You know what's so funny? You were just saying about don't watch it with your kids in the room. I interviewed these authors yesterday. 3 authors that I respect so much. And one of them, Ruman Alam, he wrote Leave the World Behind, which is going to be turned into a movie with Denzel Washington and Julia Roberts. We have this kind of...
Wait, Denzel and Julia again together? Pelican Brief.
Yes, and this book is so good. I can't wait to see the adaptation. But my point is, we have this texting relationship, mainly via Instagram. I think of him as a friend, where we talk about books to read to our kids.
Oh, okay.
And I'm just so fond of it because.
Wait, so everyone texts books ideas?
So everybody kind of texts. He texts me. He has a child close to Mila's age, and we had this moment where I said, reading Charlotte's Web to Mila, which if you. Haley's the age.
I know, but I'm afraid. You said she cried at the end.
Yeah, but it was the most beautiful. The writing is so beautiful. I can't tell you. They write about crickets and summertime ending and seasons changing. And it's poetic. And maybe this is...
Well, I love that. I'm just worried. Well, the whole dying topic just came up for us.
Oh, yeah.
Haley goes, what happens when you die? And I go, well, you go to heaven. She goes, well, can we go together?
Oh.
And I said, well, I'll definitely be there when you get there, for sure, waiting. And she goes, how do we get there? Just like listening to a 4-year-old's, where do we sleep? On the clouds. She was looking up. It was just like so beautiful, but it was so like, there's like an innocence before that conversation happens. And then that one happens. And then another one happens and another one.
Well, you're right. And I guess Mila, we really went there because I lost a lot of family members.
Yeah.
But we were talking about Mila just read Because of Winn-Dixie, which was a book I studied as a little girl. I couldn't quite remember it, but the mom leaves. And Mila said before bed, well, Mama, you're never going to leave me, right? And I said, I'm never going to leave you. She goes, not even for Oprah. Not even for Oprah. And I said, not even for Oprah.
See?
Not even for Oprah unless she
asks you.
But you're right. It's like, that's what I ask Ruman. I say, what books are appropriate for this age level? Because you're going to have those
eventually it has to.
conversations.
Yeah, you have to. And you keep, I know, it's
And
better not to stall
Charlotte's
on.
Web is a good way to start it, but maybe wait a summer. Okay.
All right. Well, that's it for today's episode of Today's Talk. Keep watching for more Today, all day, guys.
I think this might be my first in-person interview in more than a year.
It's definitely mine.
I don't know how to act.
I know. Like, are you being weird with people? Because I'm being weird with people.
I feel weird. Am I being weird right now?
No.
Okay.
But you know what I mean? Like my instinct of to hug or not to hug, to elbow or not to elbow. I shook someone's hand once and I am still like having a hangover from it. It's such a weird ritual.
You're like, sorry, I'm going to write you an apology for shaking your hand.
I promise this has been, sanitized in a...
I know. I've thought about what are the things that are just not coming back.
Yeah, I hear you.
And I wonder about handshakes.
I feel like handshakes is at the top.
You don't think it's coming back?
I don't think we need them. But I was wondering if we were going to come up with like a new greeting.
Well, there's the elbow bump.
The elbow bump doesn't, it feels like it's in place of.
Yeah.
Like in the same way that Japanese culture has the bow and it's like a custom of, and it feels respectful.
Yeah.
I wonder if something's going to come out of this because the handshake was created. Because who really wants to touch somebody else's hand?
What could it be? Well, the double air kiss is gone then. If the handshake's gone.
Oh, yeah.
Goodbye.
Forget about the triple air kiss.
No, forget it. So what have you been doing during this pandemic?
I did make sourdough bread.
Is that a new skill?
I mean, yes.
Why sourdough bread?
Well, there was at the very beginning of the pandemic, we all started. I think my inner pioneer woman kicked in. And so I was, making sure everyone was eating because we weren't ordering food in. We didn't know whether we could or not.
Yeah.
We were doing Zoom school. I was genuinely providing for my family and I was exhausted. It was really hard.
Pioneer womaning, that was hard.
It was hard. I mean, the short lifespan makes sense now.
Did you enjoy all the time at home with all you've got
I actually
your partner,
have,
your 4 kids, everybody's under the same roof?
Yeah, and 3 dogs. I genuinely I'm still enjoying it. I think I burned myself out early on in that Saturday Night Live just in and of itself is such an intense schedule. And I think starting out that way, I sort of always fell into work in that, I'll be there or I'll show up, I'll do it. And I kind of never stopped. And then I think when I chose to have my oldest daughter, Pearl, I was pregnant on the show. And I just never really stopped. I thought like, I can just kind of keep going. Then I brought her with me after I had her. And it was because my girlfriend, Anna Gasteyer, was the first woman in the cast to do it. She was pregnant on the show and we just watched that and thought, I guess we can do this. Great. And then Tina and I we were both walking around pregnant and it's great. It's great to have a home like that where they just adapt to you. But now I'm tired. I'm really tired.
Well, because now they're grown up and they have more needs.
Yeah. And I like being home. I like not being in the car all day because I live in California and they all have a place to go. And I feel like raising children today is about making sure they have 3 million after school activities. And it's too much. Like when I was a kid, I danced, but I wasn't on like a dance team. I wasn't competing. I wasn't going to the World Series of my Little League softball team. Like you just played. And I feel like today it's too much.
There's a lot of that back to basics kind of feel. It's one silver lining from everything that we've all been through.
Yeah, I like it. I'm also glad I'm not in my 20s because I'd be chomping at the bit to get out. But I'm sort of like, I partied. I'm good.
Just here making sourdough.
I'm just, by the way, I gave up.
It does feel like one of the harder breads you could have tried.
It's exhausting. It's really hard.
And when you're done, you have sourdough.
Yeah. And that was fun for like a few weeks until it started you have to feed. It's like having another baby. You have to feed the mother all the time.
Requires a lot of maintenance.
Yeah, she was very needy.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
You recently returned to SNL. Your kids were in the audience.
Yeah.
What was that moment like?
That was amazing. I feel like getting to share that with them was the highlight, because how often do you get to share what you do, but also that place is my happy place. So really, truly being in your element and doing what you love and showing people that you love, that you're happy, that's so rare. And it's the, as a parent, it's the one thing I constantly think about is, will they find something that they love in life? As long as they're happy and they haven't killed anyone, I support it. And so I want them to find what makes them happy, because when you have that joy, it doesn't feel like work. And if you can be so lucky to, I've been doing kind of what Saturday Night Live is since I was a kid in my living room. It's not that different.
You have any kids who you think have the bug or the talent?
I'm afraid so.
Shall remain nameless.
I mean, let's just say there's a lot of star power going on in my house. But yeah, they don't have to be performers as long as there's a joy in what they're doing. And that's hard. It's hard to find that. And I see a lot of, kids going into college or taking that year off trying to figure out it's hard to know what you want to do unless you really know what you want to do. And that's not everybody. But yeah, I think, having grown up at the show, and then the majority of the crew I was there with, and they're still there. So they remember when I had my oldest daughter, and seeing her now, and she's taller than me, it's like a time capsule for all of us. Yeah. And it's so sweet.
How did they respond? What did the kids say?
Oh, they really liked it. I can't tell if they liked it more than seeing Colin Jost, but they really, they loved it. They loved it.
How good did it feel to step into Beyonce's wig one more time?
It felt so good. I mean, I really genuinely, I always liken playing her to when a little girl dresses up as their favorite princess. It's so exciting and it's so fun. Because I genuinely love her. And, I realized I never really set out to be any sort of impressionist. I'm a sketch player. And I think I know how to do her because I watch her. I listen to her. I listen to her music. I, go to her shows. And you just start picking up those things along the way, I think. And yeah, the fact that I could, walk into a place and they have the wig perfect was Oh, I'll wear that. Thank you.
It's like a crown that was waiting for you to put it back on your head.
It was a dream come true, and I mean, anytime I get to play her, I love it. I hope she likes it because it's nothing but a love letter.
Have you ever heard from her?
Only what, once. I think we did the Prince show in front of her once long time ago when Beyonce and Prince used to do it with, when I did it with Fred. And she was like, no, it was good. So, I mean, I hope she knows how much I love her.
Was there one of your many now famous impressions that you said to the writers last week, I've got to do this again. I have to do it?
That was tough because I realized how long it had been since I'd done those things. Yeah. And I didn't know if anybody remembered. Like I used to do Donatella Versace and the kids were like, who, what now? And we wrote a lot of things. Not everything made it. Like we tried an Oprah and we wanted to make sure that Kamala was in there. But I mean, you know how that show works. It's like whatever gets finessed at the last second gets in. And even then, it's not ready, but it's time to go on. So we have no choice.
We're out of time.
We're out of time. We were out of time.
Tell me about playing the Vice President of the United States.
What
does it mean to you?
It's still not real to me. I watched a lot of people at the show playing the president or the vice president and all the political characters, and there really wasn't anybody that resembled me, and I wasn't really part of that, but it's such a legacy. And such a rite of passage, particularly at that show as well. But the impact that it has on our culture is insane. And I think once she was running, it was pretty clear. As I remember when Tina Fey got the call about Sarah Palin, she was like, yeah, I was kind of waiting for the call at that point because everyone was telling her, you should do this. And the same thing happened with Kamala. I was really feeling it, and I could just tell it was kind of in the ether.
It was in the wind.
Yeah. And then Lauren called, and I was like, I had a feeling you were going to call.
And you waited 1 or 0.1 seconds to say yes.
I don't even think I said yes. I think he knew. He knows that show is my drug. Like, you need me, I'm there. And I just figure it out. He knows how much I love it, and that I recognize that there is nothing else like it. There's truly nothing else like it anymore, that's for sure. I mean, that show takes place in a building where live TV was an actual event, but it doesn't happen anymore in that way. Other than you guys, I don't think there's anything else that's live in that way, and has that kind of variety and that scope in such a small space, like the old days.
It's like a family.
It is.
Everyone be united in one big effort.
Exactly.
Getting the show on the air.
It's such a great feeling.
Yeah.
But I feel an enormous, I just feel like it's an enormous honor to be able to play her. And I just really like her. And I think I just think the fact that we have her at all is so exciting. And it's such an unbelievable gift that I was given. Like, I can't believe how kind of perfectly it worked out. And I was even unsure that I thought I resembled her until I put the wig on. I was like, oh, right, we're good. we're good.
I was going to ask you, what does it take to nail Kamala?
It's the wig. It's a great blazer. And then I think just a little, she just, I started to get, maybe just a little bit of like the way she talks in the back of her throat. But what I notice about her is she's so smiley. She's got a lot of joy in her eyes. And I think over time I've started to play that, but she also just like doesn't play. If she needs to tell, especially during the last administration, when she needed to let people know that it wasn't okay, she let you know that it wasn't okay. And I love that. It's like, oh, what a relief.
So is that a 4-year commitment? You say yes to Lauren, like you're in?
Yeah, I mean, I also just like, what a luxury to get to do that. You know, if they need me, I'm there. And I mean, they don't need me, but, and I feel like it's been nice and quiet lately in the White House. So great. You guys just go to work like you're supposed to do. Just do your thing. You don't have to, there's no drama. But yeah, if they need me, I'm there. I'm always there. And I just feel like it's an incredible honor to be a part of that. There's an actual legacy to people playing political characters on Saturday Night Live specifically. And to be a part of this insanely esteemed family tree is pretty nuts to me. Because I'm like, and then there's me? Okay.
Well, there was a time not too long ago where it would have been unthinkable.
Yeah.
You would have never said, oh, I'll probably play a president or vice president one day.
I honestly, like, when she was elected, I think I got a lot of congratulations, which was really crazy, but I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that good things, sometimes it's hard to believe that good things happen. Mm-hmm. It's really incredible that we have her in this position. I feel so lucky to be alive to witness this and for my kids to witness this.
Well, you know, I have to ask, have you heard from her?
I got to meet her during the election. Amy Poehler and I got to sit on Zoom with her and with Hillary Clinton, and that was pretty cool.
That's a moment.
It was everything. It was everything. And of course, they were hilarious and fantastic and so skilled and great. But I just want everything to go back to normal so I can hug her. I just want to hug her.
Not shake her hand. Full on hug.
She definitely doesn't need a handshake from me. She's gonna get a large bear hug. I mean, I can't wait to meet her. I'm so in love with her, and I'm so excited. I'm so excited for her to be here now. It's really tremendous what we're witnessing.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut. Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers. Okay. Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground.
Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic. How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You have a new movie, Mitchells versus Machines. It's all about how technology has just taken over our lives.
Yes.
There's a scene in the movie where the family's sitting around the table and everyone's looking at their device.
Yeah.
Can you relate?
Yeah. Although there's always been a no devices at the table clause in my house. Funny how those things get snuck in, even though they know the rule, though. But yeah, it's. I can't believe we've been saddled as parents with this. It's really hard to navigate. It's really hard, also, especially now, because my kids have been on Zoom, and if they want to see their friends, they have to FaceTime, and there's been so much good that's come from it. But it's really hard to manage as a parent, and we don't have a rule book for it. I also love in this movie that the family is a mess, you know, that they really are kind of a funny little messy family filled with love and filled with their own set of differences and problems and confusion. And it's a nice, messy, sweet, loving family in the middle of saving the world.
Machines taking over.
Sure.
Which could happen. Your Roomba could come alive
I would
and get
not be surprised if my Roomba decided to, if I woke up in the middle of the night and it was just staring at me.
My Roomba's going on strike. Too much work. Too much dirt. I have toddlers.
You've been here.
Yeah, exactly. You've carved out this whole niche of voice acting.
Yeah.
What's the best thing about it besides, getting to wear sweatpants?
Well,
obviously.
Of course. But, I realized early on that I can be anything. That's really pretty incredible. Like when I started to look back on, I think really, I was a dog early on, but I think like looking back on Big Mouth, especially, she's a character that was just created. She's a monster, and she's big and she's hairy and gorgeous and like this kind of thing. And so the ability to really stretch to do anything is there. And that's really fun. I think, as an actress and as someone who never felt like I resembled anybody else other than the vice president, it's really, it's a strange business, and it's difficult to be unique or be who you are and maintain, I think, that authenticity in a world that really wants you to be something. They want you to define who you are. And I wasn't raised that way, and I don't really think of myself that way. I kind of just try to be who I am. So that can be really limited on camera. And there's no question that I see things changing, but I feel like it's people like me who have to write their own material or sort of say, oh, you will like this. This is good. Enjoy this because it's good, in order for people to kind of come around and see you for who you are. And in animation, it's literally anything. And I mean anything. I've been a lot of strange things.
You won not one, but 2 Emmys. So something's working. People are getting it.
I'm so glad. It's so nice. It was also during COVID, so I didn't have to get dressed up. It was really cool. But yeah, like, wow, it's really nice to be acknowledged. And I had never won anything before. It feels really good.
Winning's good?
Winning's really fun. It's really fun. I like it.
has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I can't believe it's been 10 years since Bridesmaids.
I can't either.
Could you have ever guessed what a cultural moment that movie would be?
No. And as I said to you before, I'm always surprised when good things triumph, or, we were having so much fun when we made it, and we knew it was funny, but we were just enjoying it. And I think that fun was palpable. I think that was a big part of it. But I was also kind of coming from a place of like, I don't expect anything from this. We're not used to, we weren't planning for a blockbuster sort of takeover thing. But the fact that it's been 10 years is kind of crazy.
When did you know this is a hit? This is more than a hit.
People were speaking to me about the movie in a different way than I had ever experienced. And it was right away. And then I also knew that when the reviews were sort of prefaced with this idea of like, it's a female hangover, which we all found really ridiculous. I've even talked to Bradley Cooper about it. It's like
why do we have to put it in those terms to understand it?
Guys, there's plenty of movies. And you're talking to a bunch of really funny women who know they're funny and have no interest of being sequestered into anything. Like, that is so past the level we're all on. We're not even thinking about it that way because we don't think about ourselves in comedy that way. That's kind of what I was saying before. It's like, y'all will catch up. It's cool. But like, this is a funny movie. That's it.
We're not trying to be a female funny hangover. You're not derivative.
Thing. I think if any of the women that are doing comedy went into it thinking, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to make people laugh because I'm a lady. It's like, I mean, other than like Rita Rudner, I don't know anyone who was that like ultra feminine. It's just about perception. And I also think I think we live in a time when journalists really like to write stories, it's just talk.
Yeah.
I think funny's funny. It's always been funny. And that was a great example of like a love-filled, fun-filled, great time caught on camera.
I love that. Just caught on camera. We just happened to be lucky enough to see it.
Yeah, it was just like, a documentary.
It was a nature doc.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've been asked this 1,000 times. Everybody wants another one.
I know.
But I think the director said no.
I know. Listen, if they want to do it, they know I told you, anybody that knows me well, if they want me to, I'm like, I'll be there.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, whatever you want. But I think it's okay too.
Yeah.
And it kind of makes it sort of like a one time, like one and done, like it's a little bit of a mic drop.
There's a certain cachet. Yeah, it is a mic drop.
I know. It would be kind of funny though if we did it when we're all super old.
I'm here for that.
I'm here for that. I would revisit that. That would be called Da Old Folks Home.
I was going to ask you, how would it be? What would the 2021 version be
I
of it?
I don't know. Well, we'd have to get real old, so we're gonna wait a little while. I've still got a bounce in my step, so maybe give it a good 40 more years.
Good, then I'll interview you then.
Yeah,
okay. I'll be
like
old
that.
too. We'll be the same age.
I'd like that.
Yeah,
that would be fun.
Say today all day, I don't know about you, but I love pecan pie. But why is it we only get to eat them on Thanksgiving? Well, Samadada and her baking buddy, Chef Samantha, have reimagined the classic holiday pie for any time of the year. Sama is serving up vegan mini pecan pies that make a perfect sweet snack. And then Samantha makes a stunning maple nut tart that is truly a work of art. It's all coming up next on #Cooking.
So we're just stirring.
Oh gosh,
cooking.
Sama, it smells so good already.
Doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Don't you want this in a candle?
I do. Someone's gonna start making
I'm
candles.
gonna start making pecan pie candles, baby. I am so excited today because I have one of my dear friends and baking queen, Sam Senaratna, in the kitchen with me today. We are 6 feet apart for obvious reasons, but we are still #baking buddies.
Absolutely.
I am so lucky because Sam food styled my first cookbook and it just looked so beautiful. We really bonded on set and I'm just so excited to have her with me today. We are going to be making our own unique takes on a pecan pie. I am making my favorite mini vegan pecan pies, and Sam is going to be making a more traditional, delicious, nutty tart. I'm so excited. So let's get into it.
Let's do it. What are you going to do first?
Okay, so we all know this, that everything is a bit cuter when it's in mini form, right? So today I'm making my mini vegan pecan pies. I find that they're the perfect thing to eat and make when I'm craving a pecan pie, but I want something a little bit more bite-sized and shareable. So the first thing that we're gonna do is make my filling. I've heated my saucepan on medium heat, and now I'm gonna start adding my filling ingredients.
Sounds good. What do you got?
Starting with some coconut oil.
Do you keep your coconut oil in the fridge, or do you keep it at room temp?
I keep it at room temp.
I keep it in the fridge.
Tell me why, Sam.
It lasts longer.
There we go. Pro tips from Sam,
But also,
baby.
I think maybe you go through coconut oil so fast that you don't need to keep it in the fridge.
I go through coconut oil probably like 1 jar a week. So after my coconut oil, I've got my pecan butter. A little fancy today with some pecan butter.
That is fancy.
A little fancy. But if you don't have a pecan butter, you can totally use an almond butter. Now, to sweeten this up, I'm using some coconut sugar and maple syrup, my favorite sweeteners. They're unrefined. They also have this very warm and delicious caramel taste. I find that especially for this tart, it's gonna get so caramelly. It's gonna taste almost like a toffee. I'm gonna mix this up a bit. And then I'm going to add some of my vanilla extract.
Delicious.
I'm gonna stir my filling for 10 minutes, and then I'm just gonna let it reduce and thicken and smell really delicious. It will smell like a candle. After we do that, after it cooks for our 10 minutes, we're gonna add our almond flour and our flaxseed meal.
Okay.
So we're just stirring and cooking.
Sama, it smells so good already.
Doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Don't you want this in a candle?
I do. Someone's gonna start making candles.
I'm gonna start making pecan pie candles, baby. Before you add the almond flour and the flaxseed meal, you wanna make sure your mixture is reducing a little bit. So you'll notice that it's bubbling up. It's kind of pulling away from the sides of the pan, and then that's a really good time for you to add your flaxseed meal and your almond flour. And it looks like we're there. I'm using an almond flour here just to thicken up the mixture a little bit. And I'm also gonna use some ground flaxseed, otherwise known as flaxseed meal. Do you use this when you make
I do sometimes. I have a dear friend that's vegan, so I try to use flaxseed for her egg replacements.
Flaxseed meal adds some fiber, and we love a fiber moment here. We're stirring this up so the mixture gets nice and thick. The almond flour and the flaxseed meal are really what's gonna help us get it there. Does it smell good?
It smells so good. You all wish you were here.
You wish you were here to smell this.
But you're gonna make it at home, so it's gonna be great.
Yeah, you are gonna make it at home. Please? You'll love it. Finally, for my filling, I'm gonna add my crushed pecans. You can just crush them with your hands, super easy. But I like adding this because it adds texture to the filling, and my crust is actually gonna be more on the cookie side of the spectrum rather than a traditional buttery crust. So it's nice to have some weight to the filling.
Yum.
Crush it up. It's okay if you've got some big or small pieces. You love texture here. Your tart.
It's all about texture.
It's all about texture. I'm so excited to get there. See how it's kind of thickening up? I'm gonna take this off the heat. Incorporate those pecans, get it off the heat, and then get to work on my crust.
If we don't eat it first.
If we don't eat it all first. So I'm actually gonna use flax eggs to help bind the crust. I know flax eggs don't sound very glamorous, but they are super important in vegan and plant-based cooking. So I'm using 2 flax eggs here, which means I'm gonna use 2 tablespoons of ground flaxseed meal, and I'm gonna add 5 tablespoons of water to it. Make sure you give it a nice stir. I'm gonna let my flax eggs hang out. They can just take a chill pill. And now we can work on the rest of my crust ingredients.
Yum.
Sam's excited. Okay, so I've got my melted and cooled coconut oil and my almond butter here. That's gonna serve as a nice base for my crust. I'm gonna add my almond butter first into my bowl. I'm using a creamy almond butter here. Yeah. So I want it to be super basic, kind of a nice cookie crust. Now I'm gonna add my melted and cooled coconut oil. This is gonna be like my butter for the crust. It's gonna be really delicious and rich. I'm gonna whisk this together so it becomes nice and smooth. And then, to sweeten this crust up, I'm gonna add my favorite, coconut sugar. This is gonna complement the coconut sugar that's in my filling too. So good. Now I've combined my almond butter, my coconut oil, and my coconut sugar. At this point, our flax egg should be nice and thick. As you can see, pretty gelatinous. I know that's also not a cute word, but it's true. It's gonna help us bind.
Can I see some?
Yes. So you can see how it's kind of thick, look at that.
So fast.
Sort of like a gel.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be nice because this is what's gonna help bind our crust instead of an egg. For my dry ingredients, you know how I said it's gonna be sort of like a cookie, cakey crust? The almond flour is really what's gonna help it get there. And I'm using almond flour and coconut flour, which I like to do in tandem because coconut flour is so absorbent, almond flour is so dense, so I find it makes a really nice pairing.
Smart.
Whisk that up nicely. And here's where it gets fun, Sam. We get to combine our wet and dry ingredients. I'm gonna just put this straight into here. It smells so good.
Already.
Right?
It really
Already?
does.
Sometimes I find that this needs a little bit of help to come together, which is why I prepared. Got some almond milk. You can use any non-dairy milk you want, but it's just gonna help the crust become nice and smooth.
So in my crust, I would use butter, lots of butter, and flour, and granulated sugar.
Yeah. As you can see, this dough can be really sticky, so make sure you're armed with a spatula to help your whisk out.
You know, though, at home you'd use your fingers.
At home, yeah.
Yeah.
I do use my fingers when I'm at home. You know what? Are we over it? I'm just gonna
get in there.
Just gonna get in there.
They're the best tool you have.
You always say when you bake to trust your body, which is what I love about you. Can you explain this to me a bit more? Is that your baking philosophy, to trust your body?
That's my baking philosophy. That's why you use your hands, right? So you feel it and you smell it and you know, use all your senses to sort of figure out what to do next.
We really are hashtag
I
baking
know.
buddies. Okay, so it looks like my crust is nice and sticky, well incorporated, which is gonna be perfect because now all we're gonna do is transfer it to my little mini muffin tin.
You know why I like your dough, Sama?
Tell me, Sam, why you like my dough.
Snack on them because there's no raw eggs.
You know what? It's
I'm
always
a cookie dough lover, so.
It's always a bit of a question on whether or not the dough will make it to the oven for me. So now I've added my crust into my little mini muffin tin. all I'm gonna do is use my finger or my knuckle to create a little bed for my filling to sit snugly on top of, like so. And it's really easy and fun too. You just mold it to the sides of the little mini muffin tin. We're using a little mini cookie scoop to control how much dough we add into the pan so that it's nice and even.
I wish I could help you.
I know, I miss you so much. Oh, I forgot to mention, I did grease this pan with coconut oil, and you want to make sure you do that. Super important, because you don't want the pies to stick to the pan.
That would be really sad.
That would be so sad. Now that all of my little cute mini crusts are done, I'm gonna add the filling. Just gonna move this bowl aside. As you can see, this filling has just gotten so thick and it's delicious and it's like a toffee. I'm gonna add it straight into my crust. And it's gonna fit nice and snug in there. Like, they're like little mini torts, I know. They're so cute. You don't wanna overfill the filling because it will bubble up in the oven when it bakes. So make sure you just level it out. But this guy definitely needs a little more. And see how nice it is that this filling is so textured. It's gonna be so delicious when it caramelizes and cooks in the oven. Finally, just for aesthetics, I'm gonna add a pecan on top of each of these, just to finish it off.
Great.
I can't wait for you to try this, Sam. My little cute vegan mini pecan pies are done, so now they're ready for a little journey in the oven, going in at 350 degrees for about 20 minutes. Yay, now that it's in the oven, I'm gonna clean this up, and Sam, it's time for you to make your tart.
My turn.
So
I'm
excited.
gonna get my ingredients.
Cool.
Hey friends, want to try this tasty recipe from Sama? Well, just text food to 34318 and we will send it right to your phone.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground.
Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
A classic butter crust is the base for many delicious desserts. Takes a bit of practice to master, but it's worth it. I'm going to show you how to make it. To start, combine flour, sugar, and salt in a food processor and pulse to combine. Now, add the cold butter and pulse until the mixture resembles a coarse meal. Then add 3 tablespoons of water and pulse the dough until it starts to come together. You can add a little more water if you need to. Tip the dough onto a piece of plastic wrap and then shape it into a flat disc.
Pop this disc into the fridge and let it chill for at least 1 hour or up to 2 days. On a lightly floured surface, roll the dough into a 10-inch circle. Transfer the dough to a 9-inch fluted tart pan and gently press the dough into the edges. For a nifty little trick, run the rolling pin over the top to trim the edges. Pop the tart shell into the freezer for 15 minutes. Before baking the tart, line the frozen dough with parchment paper and fill the inside with pie weights. This step will help our crust keep its gorgeous shape. Bake the shell at 375 for 15 minutes. Remove the weights from the tart shell and bake again until lightly golden, another 10 to 15 minutes. Now your beautiful crust is ready to be filled.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground.
Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Okay, Sam, you're making this delicious nut tart. I need all of the details. How did you come up with it?
Well, it's based on a classic pecan pie, but I developed this recipe for my dad because he is a lover of nuts. He loves nuts more than anyone in the world, and every time I go to visit him, he wants me to bring something nut-related. So that's how this came about.
Cute. What are we doing first?
I think the first thing I'm gonna do is chop my chocolate. So this is a bar of dark chocolate. I am not a chip girl. I know that you are. I find that you can buy better chocolate when it's in bars, and you can control the size, and it melts a little better.
It's nice to have texture too, right?
Totally, and I like having all different varying sizes of chocolate, so every bite's a little different.
Ooh.
So now that's chopped, I'm gonna set that aside, and my filling is super easy. We'll just start with 3 eggs. And look how nice and bright those yolks are.
Can you tell us why you crack your egg on the counter, not the bowl?
It's easier not to get any pieces of shell in your bowl when you crack it on the counter.
Little pro tip.
So I'm just whisking this first, and you want to make sure to whisk it really well, because otherwise you'll have these little pieces of egg white in your mixture, which is not pretty.
Not cute.
So we'll mix this really well, and then we'll just add a couple more ingredients. We're gonna add some melted butter.
Mmm, delish.
Yum.
Delish.
A little bit of brown sugar. And just like you, I'm using maple syrup. I'm from New England, so I feel very strongly about maple syrup.
Very on brand.
So traditionally, pecan pie is made with corn syrup, which is totally fine if that's what you want to use. I prefer using maple syrup because it has such a delicious flavor. And why not add more flavor? And then now my filling is done, I'm just gonna add my nuts. For this tart, I am using 3 different kinds of nuts because that's what my dad would like. I'm using pecans, walnuts, and hazelnuts. You could use any mix of nuts that you want. I'm also keeping them whole. I'm not chopping them because number 1, I'm lazy. And number 2, I really like the big pieces of nut. I think it looks really beautiful and just crunchy and nice. And you know, with hazelnuts, they usually come with these little brown papery skins. So you wanna make sure you remove that before you bake it. You can do that by just putting them in the oven, 375 for about 8 to 10 minutes until you'll see the flaky skin sort of starts to come off the nut. And then you throw it in a dish towel and rub all those skins off. You can also buy them like that if you wanted to.
So why would we be removing the skins?
The skins actually are a little bit bitter. So you really don't want, I mean, a little bit is kind of okay, but you don't want a lot of that in your final tart.
Yeah, we don't want anything bitter.
All right, so that all goes.
Woo! And you're not chopping your nuts.
No, I'm not. I just think it looks really cute when they're all big and luscious.
Texture, baby.
Texture. We love it. Okay, so that just gets tossed together.
This is super simple.
It's so easy. I mean, pecan pie is the easiest pie there is. But you know why I do it in this tart shell? I want the nut filling and the crust to sort of be equal players.
You want like an even ratio.
I think crust is really important, so.
Oh, I'm there for the crust.
And, of course, we can't forget to add a little bit of salt. You have to season all your sweets just like you season your savory food. It really brings out all the flavor. In the chocolate goes.
Yum. Could you use a different kind of chocolate
Oh
if you
yeah,
wanted?
absolutely.
Okay.
So this is bittersweet chocolate, which is my fave. But you could certainly use milk if you prefer. Okay, this looks nice and well mixed. There's no little bits of egg that haven't been incorporated. It's perfect. So now I'm gonna go on to my crust.
Now I think I know the answer to this question. I think I know what you're gonna say, but could you potentially use a store-bought pie crust?
No.
Ready? Is it time?
It's time. All right, so I'm adding this beautiful filling. Look at that.
I mean, come on.
It already looks pretty delicious. Caramelly, those big chunks of chocolate, nuts.
I love the plot twist chunks of nuts.
Chunks of nuts?
Yes.
It's like the name of a band. You gotta make sure to sort of spread out your nuts a little bit. And be really careful not to let any of the filling go over the sides because that will make it stick to your tart pan, which is a real bummer.
It belongs in a museum for sure. Like, I mean, artiste.
Well, thanks. Well, as you know, I'm also a food stylist. So you want to make sure to spread everything out so that you don't have chunks of nuts on one side. You know, you want it all to bake really evenly. And you want every person to get every kind of nut in every slice. Okay, I think she's ready for the oven. So I'm gonna ask you to do the honors.
I would be honored to do the honors.
375 degrees for 20 to 25 minutes. You'll see, it's like puffed all the way through and golden brown.
I'm on it. I'm on it, Sam.
Hey, today, food fans hungry for more? Just text food to 34318 to get all the recipes you see here on Today All Day. Don't delay. We know your tum-tum is grumblum.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Sam, this kitchen smells amazing.
incredible.
So good. We made it. We took the journey. I'm so excited to try this. Tell me, how would I serve this?
Right, you gotta get it out of that pan first. So I have a little trick to show you.
Yay.
You need a big can.
Okay.
And then you're gonna pick it up and put it on top of the can. And if everything works according to plan, the sides will just fall off.
I'm stressed. Okay. Okay. We can do it. All right. So I'm gonna put it on top of the can.
With the can in the center.
Magic.
I love it.
Magic.
Magic.
Okay.
Now you can put it in your plate.
Beautiful. Look at that, though.
Looks good.
Looks so good. All right. Going on my little plate. Okay.
I hope you like
Moment of truth, Sam. I mean,
It's kind of like a cookie now that I'm looking at it.
the Met called. It wants your tart.
You're cute.
Delicious. See, look at all of those whole nuts. I feel like it makes it look so pretty. So cool.
It's very nut forward.
Nut forward. Okay.
It's my turn, Sama.
Yay.
Oh, these look so cute. Ah. They come out so cleanly.
Yay.
This would be such a good little party snack.
They're
Look how cute
mini,
they are.
bite size. So, you know.
You know what, I'm really into this beautiful caramelized moment, as you would say.
Oh, it's a caramelized moment.
Okay, I'm gonna pick one that has like all that yummy. I wanna see what it looks inside. Look at that. That looks good, Sama.
Thank you.
Yum.
I hope you like it. Good? I'm so happy.
The coconut sugar is so yum.
Right?
That's delicious, Sama.
Thank you, Sam.
It's like rich and chewy and crunchy and coconutty.
How do you feel about the cookie crust?
I'm into it.
Okay,
I'm
good.
really, I love how thick it is because it's like
It's luscious.
luscious. That's what it is.
Luckily, there's a huge piece of that delicious chocolate right here. This is what I'm going for. I mean, Tim, you shouldn't have, but you did.
For you.
I mean, the chunky nuts are like the perfect complement to the melted chocolate. And the crust?
Butter. Butter is good.
I mean, oh my God. This makes me really happy that we're baking buddies.
Now we can be eating buddies.
I have a request.
Tell me.
Can we bake together more often?
All the time.
Amazing. Great. Sam, I think we have to document this moment so we can remember to do it more often.
Of course.
And take a picture, or a few. You can never have too many. All right, ready?
Yes.
Okay, we need to get the tarts in there.
Easy.
Yeah, oh, perfect. Yeah, that's good.
Good.
Yay! Sam, thank you so much for coming today.
Thank
you are
you.
my OG baking buddy, and I'm just gonna continue to enjoy this.
Yeah, me too,
for
girl.
myself.
Let's do it.
I love us.
Ditto.
I mean, we're so good. We're so talented.
So talented.
Super modest, super humble, but this is really good.
It's good. It's good. Thanks, Sama.
Thank you.
Regina Hall can do a little bit of everything. She's starting the Scary Movie franchise and the hilarious Girls Trip alongside Queen Latifah, Jada Pinkett Smith, and Tiffany Haddish.
Well, Regina's now back as Dawn in season 3 of the hit comedy series Black Monday, show picking up with Don Cheadle's character Mo venturing into the music biz, while Dawn gets used to life behind bars.
I've been missing Carnegie since I got in here.
Looks like you're doing pretty good, huh?
It's funny. I get way more respect in here than I ever did on the outside. But come on, fill me in. What's happening in the world?
Oh.
I heard DeBarge is trying to cross over to more white folks by changing their name to The Barge.
This is true.
Oh, no!
Oh, Regina, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Hey, before we get started, we were playing a little Jones Girls in the commercial, and you were grooving. You know?
I'm mortified that you all heard it, but I haven't heard that song in a long time, and I love that song.
Can we play a little bit, and maybe you groove a little more for? Here we go.
I did. It's a good song.
Yeah.
It's lyrics.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Especially when it catches you off guard and you haven't heard it in a long time. You're just ready to move.
I know.
You're a very good sofa dancer. I like that. Very nice. So,
But chair dance.
yeah, there you go. Season 3, Black Monday. For those who haven't gotten caught up, tell us where we are now.
So in the, Dawn, who just all she wanted was credit for Black Monday. Well, she finally got the credit and is now in prison. So we start back, she took the prison sentence so Mo wouldn't go to jail. And we start off this season where she's still in prison, but she will, the gang has all kind of split up, and she and Mo Mo is in music, but she somehow ends up joining forces in the music business with Mo.
How do you prepare for a role when you're behind bars?
Oh my gosh, can I tell you, that's one of my worst fears is to go to prison.
I think a lot of people would agree.
Yeah, I would say so.
It is. It's like it would be terrifying, but it was great. I love how the writers wrote, the season, and it's kind of I just had to make sure that we kind of filmed actually on it. Mm-hmm. Not in an actual working prison, but in a real former prison. So, but it was kind of, I don't want to say it was fun, but it was fun because I didn't have hair and makeup on those days, really.
Ah.
Right, it's true.
There you go. You had that prison look.
Exactly, prison glam.
Yeah, you've had so many iconic roles. I mean, this show, Black Monday, plus, Girls Trip. It is hard to believe it's been 4 years. This thing was a breakout hit. And any of those rumors true about a sequel?
Now take it off.
Yeah, we were definitely excited and very, looking forward to it. And then obviously when COVID happened, everyone is very much looking forward to when we'll be able to shoot it and people's schedules and time frames getting together. So yeah, we had so much fun making the movie.
But there will be a sequel?
I think so.
All right.
Yeah. That's just what we
now
wanted
we're
to hear.
talking.
That's awesome. We have to ask about your role as Brenda Meeks in the Scary Movie franchise. Have you seen these memes that have been popping up recently? 20 years later, what's it like to see these popping up?
I know. You know what? I recently saw them. It's so wonderful to be. It's wonderful because it's reaching. It's wonderful for 2 decades later for a film to still resonate with a completely new audience, and so it's there was no social media then, so who knew it would be a meme? But it's it's nice, it's flattering. I'm always flattered that people still like Brenda, even though I'm like, is Brenda really likable? But I'm it's kind of rotten, but it's great.
Speaking of something great, you celebrated a milestone birthday in December.
Every time I say it, it's jarring, but yes.
Why is it jarring?
You have to think of what that number has meant, in the collective consciousness of time forever. And when you're a woman, what does that mean? But I've decided to embrace it, and and own it.
That's right.
For the beauty that it is. It's actually quite beautiful. It's just like collectively, I don't know that the world has always celebrated it, but I did and am happy. And I
think,
did.
Yeah, I think it's the right time. 5-0 looks great. It really does.
Oh, yeah, thank you. What do they say? Like, they always have it's the new something.
That's right. 50's the new 30.
Yeah. I like that. I thought you were going to give me, okay.
Yeah, there you go. Because for me, I'm thinking about 70 is the new 30, but that's another thing. Regina, it's
70 is the new 35, Al. It's the new 35.
There you go.
There you go. You got to do your video.
Just like you did. People can check it out. We can't play the video because it was a little racy, lyric-wise.
Well, yeah.
Regina Hall, thank you so much for being with us.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground.
Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We are back. Oscar winner Julianne Moore is returning to her talented yet terrifying ways in the new Stephen King series. It's called Lisey's Story.
Yeah, Julianne, she stars as a grieving widow haunted by visions and realities about her late husband, who was an author, as she struggles to keep his unreleased work hidden from the real world. Take a look.
Now, those papers, unpublished works, they need to be collected, examined.
It's so funny.
And this is hardly
funny.
the job
it's so
for you.
funny that you came today, because I was just looking at your picture in the Horlicks yearbook, a picture of the hero who saved a famous writer's life. But I think reality, you ran like a rabbit. You came back, though, to get your picture taken and to grab the credit. I mean, I don't care about that. I never cared about credit. I don't care about that at all. But you are not getting in there, and you are never going to see his papers.
And that was not the creepy part. Julianne joins us. Julianne, it's so great to see you. Good morning. Good morning.
Hi. Hi, good morning.
It's great to see you. So tell us, Julianne, like what traits does like a character need to have for you to say, yes, I'm going to play that? She's an interesting character. What was it about her?
I don't know, honestly, that it's character that I'm looking for. I think it's story. You know, I think I want to know what story are we telling? You know, and that's what we're all kind of compelled by, these narratives. And this one was so wonderful because it really is a story about a very long committed marriage, and I thought that was unusual. So it's kind of like a love story and a supernatural story all rolled into one, and I found that fascinating.
It's a love story with a lot of screaming. Can we just say? Now, how do you perfect your scream? Are you going around the house during the pandemic just screaming? And I heard your throat even got a little sore.
Oh, it's a talent of mine, screaming, I have to say. I'm a good screamer. No, you just, unfortunately with screaming, you just go there and you have to make sure that you do it on a Friday night, because you usually lose your voice and it comes back to you on Monday morning. But it was always, Pablo would be at the end, Pablo Larraín, who was our really, really magnificent director, at the end of the week, he'd be like, all right, let's do and we're going to do some screaming. but it was also an expression of her grief. I mean, really, that's what it was. And that's what I thought was so interesting, is that you saw how this woman interacted in the world, but then you also saw how she was alone and how enormous her pain was. And sometimes it was reflected in a scream.
I was looking back, Julianne, to the very beginning of your career, and I was thinking, where did this whole thing start? And I saw that it started on soap operas, like on As the World Turns. Is there anything you learned, like, way back in the day, or is there any line that sticks with you from way back in the day that you say, like, I cannot get this one out of my head?
Well, I'll tell you, what didn't I learn? What you really learn is a work ethic, because you go to work every single day. You're there at 7 o'clock in the morning and you finish at 7 o'clock at night if you're lucky. And you have to know your lines, and you just have to be prepared, and you work with lots of different people, and the pace is quick. So I think everything I learned about being an actor professionally, I learned on that soap opera. But there were some funny things too. I actually remember, I think my favorite line I ever said on As the World Turns was, "Now that I know that Kevin's out of jail, I think he'll take a nap." That one.
That's a classic.
That covers a lot of territory. Yeah, exactly.
That's right, exactly. A lot of information in that one, yeah.
I was reading about your folks and your upbringing, and I just thought it was cool. You said your parents, they thought you were, I think you said it like they thought you were entitled to take a crack at it, to try to be an actor, that they supported you. And that there are a lot of parents who are like, that's great that you're into the arts and everything, but here's an accountant's degree, or, that's a pretty big deal for a parent to put their faith in you and say, all right, you go take your shot.
Oh my goodness, yes, and I'm so appreciative, because I think my parents, like all parents, they just wanted us to be happy and have a good job and be able to take care of ourselves. And obviously, a career in the arts that doesn't necessarily work out. But I think that they knew that I should, I should try, And I think I always said to them too, like, if it doesn't work out, I'll do something else. But they're incredibly supportive, always.
Julianne, we were teasing your story to all the affiliates around the country, and we mentioned that you were 60, and everyone was convinced that we had a typo.
No one believed it.
No one believed it.
And honestly, next time you're here, we do want to check your ID. Yeah. Because I'm not sure I believe it either.
No, we don't.
All right.
Thank you, Julianne.
Happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Look who's here. We got Matt Eisman and Akbar Bajie-Diamila, longtime host of American Ninja Warriors. Hi, guys. First of all, you opened the floodgates to the teenagers. Uh-oh.
Oh, hold on.
Have they changed the game?
If you want to feel old, be out there with little kids you remember being on the sidelines as children, who are now out here, 15 years old, looking like full adults, competing against the ninja legends they grew up watching. It has been amazing. They're answering the call, and school's out this summer.
And, I will say, though, too, that, these high schoolers, they went from running the hallways and being told to stop running in the hall to running the course. And they've had so much fun doing it, and the speed in which they move is just, it's mind-blowing. I can't wait for the world to see today what these teens have done.
Akbar, I feel like it's not summer without American Ninja Warrior. Like, summer is not happening without the show. Have y'all ever tried to do that? We look at it in awe. Yeah. Have you ever tried to do the course?
I did it in 2018, and that's when I was in, tip-top shape for it. I trained for 3 months to do it. Well, let me tell you, it was the most nerve-wracking thing I've ever done in my life. Playing in the NFL was one thing. Running the course on American Ninja Warrior, just you and the obstacles. So it makes it extremely challenging. Now, Matt, on the other hand, we're still waiting for Matt.
Well, Akbar always talks about being an athlete. I, on the other hand, am a comedian. So when I'm on the course, my goal is really different than what an athlete's goal might be.
I love it. Well, you guys, you have all kinds of competitions. We love watching it. But you've set up a little competition for us here. And Jen and we're fierce competitors, too. So why don't you walk us through? We see red wine at the end of a toilet paper roll.
Yes. Oh, it's about to get serious here.
Come on. Tell us about this one.
So here it is. I know that you guys love red wine. I'm a connoisseur of red wine myself. And so I said, all right, let's do the toilet paper roll. So here's what you got to do. You got to unwind the toilet paper, right? And then you got to try to pull it to you, in 15 seconds. And whoever can do it the fastest, they win. Now, remember, if the red wine gets on the toilet paper, we got a problem.
Are you doing the red wine pull with
your kids?
Say that again?
We saw video of you and your kids doing the red wine pull. Was that cool?
That wasn't. No. That was not red wine. That was juice.
Allegedly. Juice. Okay. All right, Akbar. Here we go. Are we ready?
Okay. Hold on, Jenna. You have 15 seconds on the clock. Begin your polls.
All right, here we go. Oh, look at
why are you going so fast? Why are you going so fast? You're going to spill. You're wearing a white shirt. Oh, no.
Hoda got it moving.
Boom, shakalaka, boom, shakalaka, boom, I'm.
That is the consolation prize, Jenna, so don't feel bad.
There's nothing like red wine early in the morning.
All right, next.
Hey, Matt, the flick of the wrist for Hoda. The flick of the wrist.
See that? She's, you know what? She was a basketball star in high school,
no,
okay?
I was not.
You were.
Okay, what happens here, Matt?
The cookie stack challenge. You have 15 seconds to stack as many cookies with one arm behind your back. And we know how delicious cookies are. We don't want them falling. We don't want them breaking. Make your towers tall. You're going to have 15 seconds to build the most delicious tower of all time.
We're
ready. Here we go. You can commentate. Stop.
He has to call it.
Begin.
Okay.
All right, here we go. The clock started. All right.
Faster.
Stack it up.
The challenge when we were doing this was not eating.
This is the tower of cookies.
Jenna seems to be getting a little taller tower.
I've seen my hand in the cookie jar once or twice before.
But this is where it's getting
okay. Wow. Okay with the cookie stacker?
Listen, I love a cookie.
That means it all comes down to this third challenge.
Yeah, it comes down to this one, Matt. It's 1-1. Hoda versus Jenna. This is it. Now, all right, what you guys should have is the coin stack. You should have $5 in quarters there. You want to stack it on your elbow, boom, and catch it.
How many coins should we stack up?
Let's do $3. Let's do $3.
Okay, 4. That's 12. That's 12.
That should be 12. You guys want to make sure you guys have ninja-like reflexes here. This is a ninja reflex.
Okay.
If you can do this, you can compete on Ninja Warrior next year.
This is a one and done. This is for the title.
This is too high.
Okay.
1.
Here we go.
2.
Tiebreaker.
3.
3. Go.
I got one! I got one! I got one!
How did you get that?
I don't know. This is the best game ever.
We had so much fun.
Thank you, guys.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
Yes.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
She's a best-selling author, entrepreneur, and philanthropist who began her reality TV career on The Apprentice with Martha Stewart. And then while she didn't win that competition, Bethenny Frankel went on to become a household name on The Real Housewives of New York City.
Now, kids, she is back to TV. It's her own series. It's called The Big Shot with Bethenny Frankel. It's on HBO Max, and contestants compete for a chance to join the executive team of her multi-million-dollar lifestyle company by performing real-life challenges. Take a look.
To have 5 people go on HSN Live with basically no preparation is the day that I can't even hear the host. This has never happened before. Never happened before.
They're still introducing you.
I know, but I don't hear them. I don't hear her. I hear nothing because I'm having a heart attack.
Someone's got to fix this real fast. She still can't hear anything.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Still can't hear anything. Bethany.
Is that relatable?
Yes, every day. Bethany,
Right?
first of all, we want to say congrats on the show, but also you're engaged. Congrats on your engagement.
Girl, tell us
Thank
about
you.
him.
He's really sweet. He's got a lot of integrity. He's a subtle, calm, understated, loving person.
Oh, that sounds...
my God,
And
I
y'all
love
met
it.
online?
We did. We met online at the store. No, we met online.
Online.
All right, well, just real quick before we move on, what jumped out at you, about him to you? Like, why'd you say, yeah, I think I might go out with him?
Oh, when the swiping?
Yeah.
Well, you have to know that they always, the person always looks like their worst picture. Like there's 5 pictures, the person always looks like their worst picture, but he overshot the mark. He looked like all of his pictures accurately. He's just very cute and sweet and charming. And when we met, it was definitely an interesting, and he remembers that I said, you're funny. Nobody's funny. And he always remembers that because he thought, if she thinks I'm funny, then I'm really funny.
Well, you are. By the way,
that's what Hoda's been saying all morning.
I know. We've had meals together, and I laugh every single time, and I can't even repeat some of the stuff you do say. We want to talk about your show in a second, but I don't know how many people realize how much work you do for charity. Your Be Strong organization helps out during COVID. It helps out during natural disasters. You mobilize. I'm in awe on how you were able to make that happen.
It's amazing, and it's not unlike business. If you have that personality and that drive and that organizational skill set that executes, you can get so much done. So we just hit our mark of $100 million distributed in 3 years. It's a lean operation and a lean initiative, but we've been all over the world, from Puerto Rico to the Bahamas to Texas to the Australia fires, the California fires. And during COVID, we distributed over $20 million in PPE, and we're getting the government and fire stations and police departments and hospitals PPE to all 50 states. So I'm so proud. 100% goes to the effort. We are 100% transparent about exactly where every dollar is going. And I love having this in my life because it's just something I can immediately take action and execute.
You know what? It's amazing, though, because you could have the idea, but the fact that you've executed it so well is incredible. Okay, the show is so much fun. There's memes about it all over the internet.
It's already hot.
People are loving it. How would you describe it? It's like The Apprentice, but kind of like on fire.
Yeah,
pants
cooler.
on fire.
People are describing it as a modern day Apprentice meets Devil Wears Prada meets just my sort of reality comedy show.
Hilarious.
It's a calamity. It's honest. It's really me. It's not sugar-coated. My friends are saying, wow, it's really you. Like, you're really being all you. So no complaining, no explaining. It's the truth, and this is what's going on.
All right, well, you know it's going to be a hit because you're on it. Bethany, we love you.
Yes.
You can catch The Big Shot with Bethenny Frankel on HBO Max.
And we'll be back.
Bye, Bethany.
Bye, Bethany.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey, reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Andrew Rannells has dazzled us on stage and screen. He received a Tony nomination for his role as Elder Price in the hit Broadway show The Book of Mormon and went on to play fan favorite Elijah in Girls.
Now Andrew is back as Blair in season 3 of the hit comedy series Black Monday. The show picks up with freshman Congressman Blair trying to find his way in Washington.
What is on the schedule for today? Okay, well, there's a big house oversight meeting. Oh. That you weren't asked to join. And then there's the Ways and Means Committee. Super fun. That you also weren't asked to join. Okay. Why don't we stick to things that I was asked to join? Of course. Sorry. Let's see here. Ooh. Columbia House CD Club? What is it, 10 CDs for 10 cents? You know what? Do it.
Andrew joins us this morning. Good morning. Fresh face since we just got off that grooming segment.
Yeah,
How you
exactly.
doing?
Well, I know I was going to say you could have maybe told me about the grooming before I did this, so I could have been more prepared. Instead, I just smear Aquaphor on my computer lens and just hope for the best.
It works for us. It gives it a nice glow.
Yeah, there you go.
So set up where Blair is this season. First of all, I love the reference to the 10 CDs for 10 cents because, I mean, that's just, it takes us back. That's why the show's so great.
I mean, I think we all made that mistake at some point, and I ended up with some very random CDs at that time. Yes, Blair is a congressman this year, but he is very much on the bottom rung of Congress, and is quickly finding out that that is not the place to be if you want to get things done. So, unfortunately, once again, Blair gets corrupted very easily, very quickly this year. So, I would like to say that he's grown, but he is not.
Mm-hmm.
He is not grown. It's a very silly storyline, but sadly true.
Well, I was going to ask you on that note, episode 1 ended pretty dramatically for our friend Blair. So without giving, I guess, too much away, what can we expect for the rest of the season?
Well, this season we've sort of taken a bit of a departure from Wall Street. I am in Congress. Don Cheadle's character is now a record producer, and Regina Hall is in prison. So we've really sort of separated. But at the end of that first episode last Sunday, yeah, there's a sort of a big event that will track through our whole season, and there's a big murder mystery that happens this season on Black Monday. So it's really fun to get to do such a broad comedy, but also have it follow a very serialized story. So it was sort of all of my childhood dreams of being a part of the movie Clue have come true now, because I get to do some very wacky crime solving. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We all dreamed of being in Clue, I think. I want to talk about Broadway because, I mean, we're so excited, here in New York City, especially that, just to hear news of it coming back, seeing the commercials on TV again. I know back in October you did a surprise little pop-up in front of the Red Steps in Times Square. I mean, how excited are you to hear things finally turning the corner?
Very excited and so happy for all my friends who were in shows, both, shows that are returning and new shows that will be opening. I think there's still some question as to how all of that is going to happen. But I mean, I've been lucky enough to be working for a while now on film sets. And I feel like if that is any indication in terms of, the protocol of how to keep everybody safe and working, I think if that's any indication, I think there is a way to come back safely. So I'm really excited to get back into the theater, both as an audience member and then hopefully, back on stage.
Absolutely. You're so busy. I was just reading this summer you'll be making your directorial debut on season 2 of Amazon's Modern Love. What can you tell us about that episode?
Well, that is an episode that I got to adapt based on an essay that I wrote for Modern Love a couple years ago, and I was able to adapt it and then was asked to direct it. So that's my first time directing, which was really fun. Cool. That will air August 13th. So hopefully, I can come back and chat about that as we get a little bit closer. Yeah. And also just a shout out to Girls 5 Ever on Peacock.
Girls 5 Ever.
Yes, also appearing on that. Did you like how I did that NBC tie-in?
I love that. You worked it perfectly, but it also raises the question, did you ever have dreams of being in a boy band?
Oh, yes, of course. I mean, yeah, of course. But never did it, never had the opportunity. So now at 42 to get to pretend that I was a part of a boy band. Although I have to admit my hair, there it is.
Look at this.
Is not, I mean, I'm not I'm not getting any dates from this show. I'll tell you what. It's a very bold look. It's a very bold look. But yeah.
Well, we're glad you put it back up again. You know, not so tight to the forehead there.
Hi everyone, I'm Jen Fallick, and this is our program Shop All Day. During each episode, we'll show you elevated essentials from Better Basics, buzzworthy and expert-backed products and influencer trends, and the hottest fashion and beauty items in Style Finder. Vacation season is here, and we know you're ready to get away. But it can be overwhelming. What do I wear? What should I pack? And how can I fit everything I need into a carry-on? Well, on this episode, we've got you covered with everything you need to hit the beach, go on that road trip, and travel in style. This is Shop All Day, Vacation Essentials. I'm lifestyle expert Jen Fallick, and today I've got some really amazing products that will make traveling a breeze. And see the QR code at the bottom of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on today's show. And we've also created a new text-to-shop feature. Simply text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products that we're sharing with you today. Let's get started with the perfect bags to pack and carry on all your things. I absolutely love this convertible travel tote, not only because it's such a fun color, but when you're traveling, the goal is to be able to have multifunctional items. This one literally checks like every single box. It's easy to carry as a tote or as a backpack when you want to be hands-free. And I love it has the most organized interior pockets, so you have a place for everything. It's really helpful if you're forgetful like me and you're always running around, because you can kind of at a glance look and see what you've forgotten because you know where everything's supposed to go. And what else I think is amazing about this bag is that it has this slip pocket in the back, right? So if you are traveling with a carry-on, you can just unzip that, slip it right on, and breeze through an airport without anything weighing you down. Inside, there's a protective pocket that'll hold a 13-inch laptop. Another travel bag must-have. I absolutely love these cosmetic bags. So they're very multifunctional and they're hand washable. This simple bag looks simple, looks basic. It is the best way to tote your toiletries. It's got a drawstring closure here. So you can see, you can just draw it tight like this to keep everything really secure so you don't have to worry about leaks or spills, things falling out. And on the inside, it has built-in interior pockets along the side, which is great for easy organizing. You can put your brushes there, your toothbrush, anything that tends to not often fit in traditional cosmetic bags, you can put right along the sides in there. I love the fun colors. I think that it's something that's easy to find in your bag, and it has a waterproof coating as well. One thing that I've learned, especially traveling with my family, is that packing cubes will change your life. The functionality of using packing cubes when you travel makes everything so easy, you will never travel without them. I love these because they're durable, there's great colors, and it really does have every size you need. With packing cubes like this, you can pack up to 3 times more in the same amount of space, which is key. They're the best way to organize your family for travel. I color code by family member so that when we get somewhere, you can literally just throw the different colors to different people and they know where they're supposed to put their things. You don't want to waste precious time when you're away. It sounds like a little thing, but it's a big deal. These are really durable zippers, especially if you have delicate clothing. You don't want it to snag on a zipper. That's always a bummer. It comes with a laundry bag as well. That, to me, is another big benefit to this set because when you get home from vacation, the dreaded deluge of laundry can totally ruin all the relaxation from the trip. This way, everything's already packed up, ready to go. You know whose is whose. You can get the laundry done and you're organized. Now onto some things that make it easy to travel light efficiently. Starting with these collapsible water bottles. The last thing you want to do when you're traveling is carry around a big bulky water bottle, but we've got a solution for you that is efficient and eco-friendly. This water bottle collapses down to 20% of its original size. Makes it super easy for traveling. Check this out, see? Here we go. Then, just unhook it, and it becomes a full-size water bottle. And when it's time to leave, collapse it back up and put it back in your suitcase to save space. You know, aside from summer travel, I love that these also can be used for your kids' school water bottles. They don't take up a ton of storage space. This is much more efficient. They're leak-proof, food safe, and I love that it has a wide mouth top, makes it really easy to clean, and you can also throw this in the dishwasher. It also has excellent heat resistance. It can withstand temperatures all the way from 0 degrees Fahrenheit to almost 400 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, guys, let's talk about this year's most important travel companion, your vaccination card. This is a vaccine card protector, and it's gonna keep your card from getting bent or wet, and it makes it easy to find when you need it. It's got a front side transparent display, so it makes it really easy to read with a scanner reader for barcodes and QR codes. And it's got the visible clear protector window, is so useful for other types of IDs and passes. So it doesn't just have to be for your vaccine card. You can use this for tons of different things, especially when you're traveling. It's nice to have stuff on your person at all times. It's also rainproof, so it's gonna keep those important documents, like your vaccination card, safe and dry. I secure mine to the inside of travel bags using the lanyard because I don't wanna accidentally have it fall out when I'm on the go. I tend to kind of ruffle through my bag and things disappear, so this keeps it in your bag where you need it, easy access. Something else that we always tend to need easy access to is a power bank when we're traveling, and I love this one because it is so small. This is the T-Core Power Bank, and it's smaller than the size pretty much of a credit card. And it's gonna keep your phone charged up throughout your trip. I also love that it's got a touch screen on top where it's gonna show you how much charge is left. So often I'll grab a charger before I go somewhere, only to discover that it's not charged. So this little guy is gonna hold enough juice to fully power your phone up to 5 times, and it's gonna power your phone in under 60 minutes. It's really lightweight. It works on all types of mobile devices too. It's got a port for your iPhone, it's got a USB Type-C or a micro cable to input, and it's got USB for output. And there's actually 2 USBs here. You can charge 2 devices at once. I love that you can do multiple things on this charging dock at the same time. Again, the digital display has an at-a-glance reminder for you to recharge the power bank. I just think it's like the most space-efficient mobile charger that I've seen. Speaking of efficient packing, this item is especially essential for the summer months. I love that it's super teeny too. So whether you're traveling or just going outside, a travel-friendly solution for fighting off pesky mosquitoes are these mosquito stickers. All you do is stick it right onto your clothing. You can stick it on shoes, bags, masks, strollers, fanny packs, hats. Basically, you can stick this anywhere that isn't your skin, and it's gonna protect you from mosquitoes and bugs. Also, don't be stingy with your sticker sticking. The more, the merrier. Anywhere that's not your skin, these are really great. They're gonna give you protection from bugs that last up to 12 hours. They use natural ingredients. It's got lavender oil, geranium oil, and citronella oil. This smells so good. So you can put an end to that unpleasant feel of bug spray, especially for parents. This will make your life so much easier. And again, cute designs make them really fun to wear, and they smell really good. Now, for all this traveling that you're doing, you wanna make sure that you're getting your rest. And we have the best travel pillow to help you get rest on the road. This is a game-changing neck pillow, and it really works for all different resting positions. Now, sometimes if you wanna sleep one way, the travel pillow doesn't feel so great. This is gonna work for everything. You can adjust it to find your perfect sleep position anywhere. So whether you're in the window or middle seat, or even if you're home on the sofa or a hotel bed, you can customize this to be as cozy as you need it to be, exactly the way that you want to nap on any given day. You can use it for neck support, it works as a lumbar pillow, a desk pillow, even a noise-canceling pillow. It's all in this one unique design, and it's really airy and breathable. So if you feel it, it's like, oh, it feels so good. It's gonna give you great sleep with this light, airy comfort, and it's made of high-quality, super soft bamboo. Bamboo is probably one of the most luxurious fabrics out there. It's got great layers of microfiber in there as well. It's 3 times more breathable than cotton, so you will be nice and cool when you get some Z's. Let's roll through these products one more time, and if you missed anything, remember, just text SHOP to the number on your screen below to shop all the products on today's show, or scan the QR code. We've got the convertible travel tote, cosmetic bag, packing cubes, collapsible water bottles, vaccine card protector, power bank, mosquito sticker sample pack, and infinity pillow. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on the purchases made through our links at today.com. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We hope all these products make your vacation the one that you have been dreaming of all year long. Up next, Adriana Brock is hanging with luxury travel influencer Lindsay Silverman. Stay tuned.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the rebels, There is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground.
Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Anna Brock, Shop Today's editorial director. We're back with influencer trends, and I'm so excited because luxury travel and beauty influencer and founder of Hotel Lobby Candle, Lindsay Silverman, is joining me today. And for any products you're about to see, make sure you check out the QR code at the bottom of your screen. Just use your camera on your smartphone, scan it for instant access to all these products you see here today. You can also text SHOP to the number below to view all the products you see on the show. So let's jump right in. Hey, Lindsay, so good to see you.
Hi, it's so good to see you too. I'm doing great. How are you?
I am very good. So I'm so excited to talk all things travel and vacation. So you left your job as a magazine editor. You were doing luxury travel, lifestyle to become an influencer, and you happened to launch your own candle line, which is so impressive.
So yeah, like you said, I wrote about luxury travel for almost 10 years, and I got to experience some of the most incredible properties around the world. And one thing that I noticed every time I walked into a really nice hotel was that I would be engulfed in this really beautiful scent that was come throughout the lobbies of the hotel. And I always thought how cool it would be to be able to bring that scent and that experience into your own home, so you can kind of feel like you're on vacation without actually having to go anywhere. So in October 2020, I launched Hotel Lobby Candle, and the product sold out in 24 minutes. It was beyond my wildest dreams. I honestly didn't know if it would resonate with people, but people were totally hooked. They love our candles, and we've been kind of going ever since.
What places in the world inspired these? These are so cute and lovely.
Yeah, so this is part of our Paris collection. It's called the City of Love collection, and it's inspired by Paris, of course. And we sell this votive trio. It comes in this beautiful box. They are 3 scents, all inspired by different hotels and experiences that I have had while traveling in Paris. And I just wanted to bring kind of those scents and those experiences to everyone.
Yeah, and now that we're in summer, is there a candle that you're feeling for summer? Is there one that's inspiring the line at the moment?
Yes, so we just launched Hotel Lobby Candle Island, which is our island-inspired scent. It comes in this beautiful sand-inspired vessel, and all the vessels are hand-painted and reusable, so we actually encourage people to use this as decor and then also repurpose it for Q-tips or pens and pencils right when they're finished burning it. The scents here are coconut, vanilla, sandalwood, and jasmine. And we always say that when you take a whiff of this candle, you should feel like you're transported to a beach lounge with a pina colada in your hand.
Yeah, it definitely smells like it. And so I have a few travel essentials that you can't live without here. The first one is this really awesome hat clip for your bag.
So, okay, I'm the type of person that always travels with hats. And before I discovered this amazing hat clip called the Top Tote by Lindsay Albanese, I would, either be wearing two hats at once, I would be shoving them in my bag, they would be like crumpled and they would never end up coming out the way they looked when I first packed them. So I could never figure out a good way to travel with my hats. So then I discovered this clip, which is genius. So it works through a really, really strong magnet. You separate it like this, and then you can even do two hats. I have two hats right here. And you just snap this baby onto the hats, and it's held like this, and it attaches to your bag. So you don't even have to think about it.
That's amazing. And another genius hack you have here is for all the toiletries. I know like packing all like your hair essentials, your skincare and body care can be tough. Tell me about these really cute pouches.
I have really tried to hone in on my packing skills and try to figure out the best bang for my buck, so to speak. Like, how can I fit as many things as possible into my suitcase, taking up the least amount of room? And when I came across these little flat pouches from a brand called Kitsch, and these flat pouches are amazing because they really don't take up very much space. They're super thin, and you can fill them up, refill them, and they'll just like slide into like those little crevices of your toiletry bag where you have a tiny bit of extra room. These things are perfect.
This last one I am so intrigued by. It's called Liquid IV. Tell me about this one and how it works, and how did you even discover this?
Okay, so this is one of my all-time favorite hacks. I tell every person that if you're gonna be on a flight, especially if it's a long flight, you need to travel with a packet of Liquid IV. So this is a hydration multiplier. Essentially, when you're flying, you tend to be very dehydrated, and that can cause like bloating, or sometimes your legs will swell or your ankles will swell, and a lot of that has to do with fluid retention and not getting enough water. But the problem is, if you're like me, I don't like to get up to use the bathroom 4 times during a flight. I would love to drink a gallon of water while I'm flying, but it's just not possible. So what I find, I use a packet of Liquid IV, you put that into 16 to 20 fluid ounces of water, and it is the equivalent of 3 bottles of water. So it essentially multiplies your hydration.
That's amazing.
It's really, really delicious.
That's amazing. I feel like I need that for summer. Any other tips you want to share with viewers for travel this summer?
One thing that I also recommend in terms of traveling when taking up a little bit less space is similar to these pouches. I tell people to put their liquid products like face creams and moisturizers and serums into contact lens cases. I find that one little contact lens case, it looks small, but it will hold enough foundation for me for 7 to 10 days. So rather than bringing that full-size product, which may get taken away by TSA if it's too big, you just squirt it into a contact lens case and you're good to go.
That's genius. And going back to summer and travel, tell me one place you're like super excited about right now. Like, what's like the go-to place? I feel like everyone's coming out of quarantine. They want to get away quickly. Is there a quick, hot destination in, stateside that you recommend people visit and check out?
One of the few places that are on my radar for this summer, I'm currently living in Miami, so I'll probably be taking a quick trip to Key West. I'm also going to be spending a short weekend or long weekend in Charlottesville, Virginia. That is a place that I've heard many, many great things about. So Kennebunkport, Maine. It's one of my favorite places on earth, especially if you're on the East Coast. I highly recommend planning a little weekend trip there.
Thank you so much, Lindsay. It was so great catching up. Congratulations on Hotel Lobby. Wishing you all the successes. And thanks for sharing all these tips with us.
Thank you so, so much for having me. It was really great to be here and tell you about my small business.
And now let's do a little recap of everything you just saw. You can scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen for instant access to these products. We've got the Hotel Lobby candles, the hat clip, the Kitsch travel size pouches, and the Liquid IV. And that wraps up Influencer Trends. If you saw anything here you're interested in purchasing, simply text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we shared on the show today. Next up is Chassis Posts with Style Finder. Stay with us.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To shop all day, I'm Chassie Post, Yahoo contributing editor, here to help you travel in style. And take a look. See the QR code at the bottom of your screen? Use the camera on your smartphone and scan it for instant access to these products. We've also created a new text-to-shop feature. Simply text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products you're about to see. And now let's get started with some functional fashion. Okay, first up is the Away carry-on. And I can't tell you how many celebrities we've seen taking this little carry-on on the road. It comes in lots of really cool colors, and it's a great carry-on size. So it's gonna fit in the overhead compartment. It's compact enough, it's gonna fit in the trunk of our car if you wanna take it on a train. And what I love so much about this is, of course, it is so high quality. It's got a polycarbonate hard shell, so all your essentials, they're not gonna get damaged. But it drives like a dream. I mean, 360 spinners, sign me up. And it's got this great compression system, so you can pack all the stuff you want to take on your trip. And it's really a great value. So loving this. I mean, if it's good enough for the celebs, why not, right? And another celeb fave that we've seen them wearing, all throughout the airports is Allbirds. And this little sneaker, it is called the Tree Runner. And I've got to tell you, not only is it like walking on sunshine, they're super duper comfortable, but it's a really, really stylish sneaker. I mean, it's got the classic lines. There's not, a lot of branding on it. And I've got to say, it just sort of says sporty sophisticate to me, which is kind of the way I want to look when I'm going through an airport or if I'm going to the grocery store. And for the sustainably minded, these are actually made with eucalyptus fibers, which I know means a lot to this company, and they're reasonably priced. Okay, so next, let's talk about a subject that is near and dear to my heart, and that is travel pants. Maybe you've gone on a flight that was a little bit too long or been in a car for a while in the wrong pants. I do not want to repeat that. So I was absolutely thrilled to find this fabulous travel pant. It's a drawstring. It's like a fancy jogger. So it feels like you're wearing sweatpants, but you're not actually wearing sweatpants. Yes, yes, yes. It also has pockets, and it's got this great, super light, comfy fabric. It's got stretch in it. Of course, we need that for travel, right? And I'm just imagining, throwing it on with a blazer, my travel scarf, and hitting the road, and lots of great different colors. So let's talk travel totes, or totes in general. I mean, we're all looking for one, and I think I have found your new sort of holy grail. It's light as air, and it's kind of like, really the perfect size. Comes in pretty much every color there is, so I guarantee you it's your favorite color. And it really looks quite expensive and very similar to some totes that I've seen that have been really, really up there. You know what would take this little tote to the next level? And you guys, I don't know if you're even going to believe what this can do, is to this little purse organizing insert. So we've actually got one in here, and this is a game changer. So what it does is you slide it into any bag. It comes in 6 different sizes, and there is a spot for absolutely everything. So there are 10 pockets on the outside and inside, and it's got, this little pouch that you can take out and use as a wallet. It's almost like traveling with your own personal assistant. So you can say, where's my passport? And actually know where it is. This also comes in lots of different colors that will match your bag or your tote. Another item that we all need when we travel, right, is a very stylish pair of sunnies. And I have researched this topic because I always lose mine, so I don't want to spend a lot of money on a pair of sunglasses. But a lot of times the less expensive ones are not high quality. So I was really psyched when I found these because these little sort of retro shades have polarized lenses. So that means they're protecting my eyes while I'm looking good. And I mean, may I say, these look so much like a super expensive retro shade that I've had my eye on for a while. So no need anymore. And they come in 19 different variations of shades and lenses. Now, we have a couple of kits for you. I love kits, especially when travel, and this one I am so excited about. It is the Saint-Tropez Classic little travel self-tanning kit. When I'm going to the beach, I want to get tan before I go to the beach. And then I can take this little kit with me and I can stay tan the whole time. And I actually have been using Saint-Tropez for years. And I love it because it's never streaky. It looks like a real tan. I can see it immediately. And it comes with this great little mitt. So it's really easy to apply. Another great kit, and by the way, how cute is this little pouch that it comes in? I would use that as a purse. So right there, you've won. But this is from Ulta Beauty, and it's the Set for Summer Beauty Kit. And what's so great about it is they have curated some of the hottest skincare items for summer and put it in the little bag for you. So it's great, you're not gonna be stopped during security, and it's got lots of great skincare items that we've all wanted to try or that they think we should try. And I love their suggestions. And everything from Beekman 1802, a foaming milk bubble mask, to great SPFs and Juice Beauty, Tula, all sorts of great brands. And last but not least, I have to say, I could not believe this find because it is a packable raincoat. I have never packed a raincoat in my life when I've traveled, and here's why. I've never found one that I thought was cute enough that I wanted to take with me, and 2, I didn't want to spare the space when I could put, another cute pair of shoes in my bag. But look at this little raincoat. And the best part of it is, it fits into a bag this size. So I can even keep this in my purse. I'm never gonna be rained on again. And it actually is really flattering. It's got this little drawstring at the waist. It's got a hood. And what really made me excited about it is, it looks a whole lot like my favorite sort of army green utility jacket that I wear every single day, except it's rain resistant. So how cool is that? I love rain innovation when it's stylish. So let's run through all of these products one more time. And remember to scan that QR code at the bottom of your screen. Just use the camera on your smartphone for instant access to these products. You can also text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products on the show. We've got the Away carry-on suitcase the all-bird tree runners, the drawstring pant, the great travel tote, faux leather, the purse organizer insert, the polarized sunglasses, and we've got the Saint-Tropez Classic Self-Tan Kit, the Ulta Summer Beauty Kit, and of course, the packable rain jacket. And that's it for Style Finder and our show. Thanks for joining us, and tune in next week for more great products. Have a safe and happy travel season.
She loved her work. She always talked about the joy of learning.
She could show us, you want to see a satellite tonight? Because she would know at what angle and what time we could see it.
Wow.
They were all a part of that.
For Catherine Moore and Joylette Heilich, Katherine Johnson, the famed NASA mathematician, immortalized in the movie Hidden Figures,
Without this conversion, the capsule stays in orbit. We can't bring it back home.
was simply Mom.
It would seem to me having a mathematician for a mom would be my idea of a nightmare. And it sounds like your mom had you adding up the numbers on license plates. Did you enjoy that? Was it something that was fun?
Sure, it was a challenge. You see, my father was also a science major, so we never heard math is hard.
It was always fun. It was just another subject that they expected us to do well, because she said, if you expect nothing, you get nothing.
Johnson telling her life story in a new memoir titled My Remarkable Journey. Born in 1918, she grew up on a farm in rural West Virginia, where she showed a knack for numbers early.
When she was about 4, she would sneak up to their little school to help her brother because she could explain things that were not clear to him.
She finished college at age 18 and in 1953 started at the organization that eventually became NASA, where the space race and race relations collided.
She's a woman, but she's also a black woman in what was basically a white man's world. How did she deal with that?
She said when she first walked into the office of NASA, there was a desk. And when she sat there, the man got up and walked out. And she said, oh, well, this is my desk. I'm going to work. And when they started seeing that she had answers to the questions they needed, no problem.
Mom's fight was more intellectual in the sense that she wasn't ready to go fight. And instead, it was like, I'm gonna outthink you.
Ignition, liftoff.
One person recognizing Johnson's abilities, astronaut John Glenn, who asked for her to double-check the computer's math on the 1962 mission that made him the first American to orbit the Earth.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Her calculations also critical to the moon landing mission 7 years later.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
She said, if they do what my numbers tell them, they'll come back all right.
But after a 33-year career at NASA, it wasn't until her 90s that the world would finally know her name. In 2015, Johnson receiving the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Spielberg said to her, I've been reading a lot about you. She said, you have? Was it all right?
And just 2 years later, she found herself among the stars again, receiving a standing ovation at the Oscars.
And she said, what's all the fuss about? We were just doing our job.
Never bragging. There were people at her church for over 50 years that said, we never knew what your mother did. She never talked about herself.
When you think about it, I mean, it still is to me mind-boggling that this woman with her crew, without them, we're not on the moon. Do you guys think about that?
People were asking us, why are we just now finding out about this? Well, it wasn't up to us. You know, it was up to the historians and the folks that make a difference in what you know and what you read. So that's when you say, hidden no more.
So good.
Yes.
Mm.
By the way, Johnson wrote that she loved the movie, but they apparently took liberty with the one thing. She says she never ran out in the rain to find the colored restrooms. She said she just used the closest bathroom because she had to work.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground.
Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
You're about to meet a woman who proves that appearances can be deceiving. She's a beauty queen who is turning heads because of her unlikely job. Take a look.
Miss Staten Island 2018 is Nicole Dawes.
Nicole Dawes is the reigning Miss Staten Island. She has been participating in pageants for several years, this crown being her personal best title.
I started competing at the Miss America Scholarship pageants when I was about 18 years old. I always wanted to get involved. I always saw the pageants on TV. What I really like the most about it is the amount of people I get to interact with in the community. It's not just about going on stage and wearing a beautiful gown and a swimsuit. You get to really learn more about the environment and the people.
Being a beauty queen is only a side gig for Nicole. For her day job, Nicole is a full-time employee of the New York City Department of Sanitation. Working there is a family affair. Her father, John, has been on the job for nearly 20 years. Nicole's main responsibilities include driving and maintaining a street sweeper.
I always wanted to have a city job only because I know that I'd be able to support myself as a woman, and when I actually had the opportunity to be called by the sanitation department, I jumped on it.
Nicole is one of approximately 275 female sanitation employees citywide, but she's hoping more will join her ranks.
I like to encourage people to be incredibly open-minded about the job. The men and women that I get to work with in the field are incredibly supportive. They become like a family to me.
Nicole is a very interesting new sanitation worker on the job, which we're very proud to have. She's a go-getter, very positive, wants to do the job, comes in every day with the right attitude to do the job, and being a mechanical sweeper is a difficult job.
We followed Nicole along her route on a typical rainy New York City day.
So we work in all kinds of weather. You know, we're out there in the snow, the rain, the wind, it's plowing snow or picking up your collection and your recycling. So nothing stops the sanitation department.
And there are even days when she joins a collection team, picking up those heavy garbage bags.
There's also many times where a lot of people don't believe me, but I actually do pick up garbage and recycling out on the street. And as difficult as it may seem for somebody of my size, it's really something you work towards. That's what I really enjoy doing because it's so amazing and shocking for so many people in the public to see me do that.
Street sweeping is fine for now, but Nicole has her sights set a little higher, and not on the beauty pageant circuit.
So the ultimate goal for me is to obviously go as far up the management ladder as possible. I would love to be a chief one day. We currently have a female sanitation commissioner, so you never know, but as well as just encouraging women. If I can do it and I can break these stereotypes, then absolutely anyone can as well.
How about that?
Terrific.
I enjoyed watching you guys watch that story because you didn't know where we were going
with that.
And you know what? You can't really tell from that piece, but In New York, I feel like it's extra difficult. You have people honking,
Sure.
you have people in the way. I mean, kudos to her.
It's an unspoken sisterhood of strength and survival.
We just kind of kicked into gear and just kept going.
Seattle chefs and restaurateurs Preeti Argawal, Christy Brown, and Melissa Miranda followed their dreams and opened their own places last year at the most unlikely time.
I started Musang here in Beacon Hill in Seattle as a pop-up. We're a Filipinx restaurant focused on the education of our cuisine, our culture.
The name of our restaurant is Communion Restaurant and Bar, and we serve what we call Seattle Soul.
The restaurant name is Misha. I just wanted to change how people think about Indian food.
As many restaurants in Seattle closed doors, these women found a way to keep theirs open.
We opened in January of 2020, and the first 3 months we were at a 3-hour wait, full capacity every night.
We were supposed to open in July. We didn't open until December. You know, we had a great reception. We had lines, which is a little scary.
When I started in June, we were only open for 2 days, that too only for takeout. And then again, for some time we shut down, because we were going back and forth with the lockdown.
It wasn't easy juggling the uncertainty of lockdowns and the constant threat of a COVID outbreak. Resilience got them through, and food became the conduit for serving their community. Melissa knew she had to pivot early on, as Seattle was one of the first states hit hard by the virus.
Because the community for us has always been the most important aspect to how we operate this space. We converted our restaurant into a community kitchen 2 days after we closed.
Christy joined in too, both realizing there was a bigger purpose to serving the community.
Melissa called a meeting where we got together and talked about the effects of this and what we were gonna do, because one of the things about food people is we love what we do and we don't do it for the pay. It was like, okay, we got this food and people are hungry, what are we gonna do? And so we got together and started the Community Kitchen Collective, where we had been feeding people out of our businesses for free.
Takeout became a way of survival for Preeti.
So we were cooking like for 8-10 hours. We started getting the orders and it was overwhelming. We were not even prepared, so we were getting sold out every day.
Through it all, women were the backbone to the daily grind.
How many of you have females working in your back kitchen, behind the scenes? All 3 of you. How and why is that important?
Giving women opportunities in kitchens is extremely important in an industry that's so male-driven. Being able to have other sister chefs doing the same thing, that is also so empowering.
A silver lining from the hardships of owning a restaurant last year, community kept them going, and they look forward to serving at full capacity with precautions in place.
I want it, we want it, but we want to be safe while doing it.
Yes, we want to get to 100% for our businesses, and I think I can speak for all 3 of us that there is still so much work to do, and I'm here for it. I know we're here for it. We'll get there.
And COVID has taught us just how to keep going during this time. COVID made us much more stronger, and I think we can do this. We are not going anywhere. We'll be here.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So
It's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Grit is all about courage, and our next guest definitely has some.
She's a grandma who spent years helping others, but always felt there was something in her own life left unfinished.
So she took a big leap and recently proved it's never too late to fulfill a promise.
For Bernie Franks, growing up in St. Louis, life came fast.
I got pregnant at 14, had my baby at 15, and got married at 16.
She dropped out of high school, but that didn't stop her from making an important promise to her mother.
She asked me, she said, promise me that you will graduate from college. And so I did. I promised her that I would graduate.
But as the years went on, that promise seemed to slip further away.
I would say I was dually addicted to both alcohol and drugs. There were times that I would sell drugs to support my habit or to make up for what I had spent.
In 1991, Bernie moved her family to Iowa City, and she began to turn her life around. She got sober and, inspired by the counselors who had helped her, became a certified substance abuse counselor herself.
Just knowing that people can and do change, and that happened for me, that it could happen for others as well.
Bernie retired in 2012, but something still felt unfinished.
I still had this nagging feeling that I had not kept this promise.
So in 2015, at age 64, Bernie enrolled in the University of Iowa's School of Social Work.
I had my spiral notebook and number 2 pencils, and everybody had a laptop. And I thought, oh my goodness, what did I just walk into?
Despite the steep learning curve, Bernie fit right in.
Nobody seemed to notice my age. I was like, what is wrong with them? I was older than the professors. I found out that we were more similar as students than we were different.
3 years later, at age 67, Bernie fulfilled her 50-year-old promise to her mother.
Bernadine Franks.
To actually be able to do for a change what you said you would do. To be able to know that I'm not that same little lying child from the projects now. I am a changed person. It was truly amazing to get back to my seat and said, you did this. If you never, ever do anything else in your life, you did this, and you did it very well. I was so proud of me. I was so proud of me.
Please welcome Bernie Franks, and you should be proud of yourself because that is an amazing accomplishment.
Thank you.
Your mother passed away in 2000, so she didn't get to see you graduate. But what do you think she was thinking up there looking down on you?
I think she was proud. And my older sister, she also lives in Iowa. The thing that she said to me the day of graduation is, if Mom could see you now, she would be so proud. She would be so proud.
She would.
You are the definition of grit. It wasn't about waiting, letting time determine what you were going to do. You decided to do it. When you heard your name on that stage, how did you feel?
It was awesome and amazing. When I first started to hear the music and we began to walk, it was like, okay, here you go. And I could see out of the side family members that were there to cheer me on. It was a shakiness, and I don't remember shaking the person's hand, but I remember the provost giving me a hug. And that kind of steadied me to walk back down the steps and then to just look around.
It was an awesome feeling.
And how was it just day in, day out? Because you had already, were you retired before you started? So you had already had a career, so to speak.
Yes.
It was funny to me that you said you had your number 2 pencils in your spiral notebook and they flip open laptops. But how was it for you as a student?
It was challenging, and not only was it just the spiral notebooks and the laptop incident, it was walking 10, 15, 20 blocks a day because parking is hard to find, and then have an all-day regimen of being on campus. So in addition to buying a laptop, I bought a pair of Jordans.
Okay.
And I was able to keep up on campus as well.
Well, I think this is such a fun part of the story. Your granddaughter also went to school there and ran into you on campus, not knowing she was ever going to run into you. Megan is actually here with us in the audience. What was that like?
So my grandma is so involved in the community that I just assumed she was there to teach a class or, help some students on campus. She's just really involved. And so when I saw her, I said, hey, what are you up to? And she was like, oh, I'm in school now, too. And I'm like the only one getting a degree. And I just was like, whose school? Yours. Exactly.
Well, we have a little surprise for you, Bernie. You've inspired so many people about getting an education. The University of Iowa has set up a new scholarship, the Bernie Franks Scholarship, an annual fund benefiting non-traditional, underrepresented students. How do you feel about that?
Oh my God, that is amazing. That is amazing. I told Annika when she talked to me, if anything that I do touch the quality of another person's life, then it will have been well worth it all. So that's amazing.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A lot of people love to travel, but our next guest really loves to travel.
She's an influencer who recently wrapped up a record-breaking adventure.
Growing up in California, Lexi Alford caught the travel bug early on. By 18, Lexi had already visited 72 countries along with her family, who owns a travel agency. Wanting to challenge herself, Lexi sought to break the standing Guinness World Records title and become the youngest person to visit all 195 sovereign countries in the world. With her goals set, Lexi traveled far and wide, breaking out of her comfort zone while documenting her journey. She's so sweet. Today, at just 21 years old, Lexi smashed that record and is now the title holder. Her story was featured in Forbes.
In retrospect, I had no idea what I was getting myself into.
And she shared all that she learned in a TED Talk.
We have so much more in common with people around the world than you may think.
And her success is showing young girls everywhere that they too can conquer the world, one country at a time.
And Lexi Alford is here with us. Lexi, hi.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for coming.
What are you doing with your life now that you've already checked off 195 countries?
Well, today I'm actually launching my YouTube channel. I've been stockpiling all of my footage from every country in the world, and I'm finally ready to sit down and edit it and share it with everyone.
On YouTube, which is going to take a while.
Yeah, which is going to take a while.
That's cool.
And I'm also developing a travel course to teach people, how to travel and everything from booking flights to how to get really complicated visas.
Good for you. I was reading here, I think it's so interesting. Traveling has really been part of your DNA since you were a child. When did you get the bug to do this idea?
Yeah, so I started traveling when I was really young with my family. My mom started a travel agency. So I had traveled to around 70 countries by the time I turned 18.
Wow.
And at that point, I had just gotten out of college, and I really wanted to challenge myself and get out of my comfort zone. And that's when I looked up for the first time who is the youngest person to travel to every country. And it turns out the record holder was a 24-and-a-half-year-old man, and the record had never been held by a woman before.
Wow.
So as soon as I realized that, I knew I would regret it for the rest of my life if I didn't at least try to go for it.
Since you were close already.
How did you pay for it?
I actually did it completely self-funded. So I started working when I was really young at my family's travel agency. So I had amassed about 6 years of savings by the time I turned 18 to travel anyway. And I also started working while I was traveling as a content creator, a blogger, a public speaker. So I figured out a way to
monetize your dream.
Exactly, work on the road.
Well, you talk about, though, reconnecting by disconnecting. So what does that mean then? If you're doing stuff, blogging and doing all that, how did you disconnect?
Yeah, so I made it a point to put my phone down as much as I could when I was in these countries. I wouldn't even buy SIM cards or any local SIMs when I was there. So when I was out and exploring a new place, I was just taking in the world around me rather than only experiencing it through my phone. And that definitely impacted my experience a lot.
I'm trying to think of your safety, because you're traveling alone to a lot of these places. Some places are perceived as perhaps not the safest place for a young girl to travel by herself. How did you manage that?
Of course. Safety is a big concern, especially in some of the countries that have a really bad reputation with the media. And I have two main rules for myself as a solo female traveler. Is one, I don't go out at night by myself, and I also don't drink or anything while I'm traveling alone. So you have control of your surroundings, and
here's what I want to trouble. I want to know, what about souvenirs? Do you collect something from each place, and where do you put everything? Or do you?
So I actually did all of this travel with only a carry-on bag.
Wow.
So there wasn't much room for souvenirs there, but I actually kept a piece of currency, a small denomination of currency from each country, and it's hanging in a wall in our travel agency all together.
You have a favorite country?
I actually developed this affinity for off-the-beaten path destinations, countries like Pakistan, Venezuela, Egypt, the Congo. Those are the countries that really interested me the most, because it was almost taboo to travel to them. So going there and being able to formulate my own opinion, and then also realizing that the most kind and hospitable people that I met in the world were the ones in the countries that people are the most afraid of going to.
Well, you haven't seen these yet, but we have your actual Guinness World Records here today. Not just one, but two. That's why we have two guys bringing them out.
The youngest.
Not only are you the youngest person overall to travel to all sovereign countries, you are also the youngest female. So congratulations.
Lexi.
There you go, Lexi.
Thank you guys so much.
I can't wait to see where your adventures take you next. Thank you so much for being here.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day. This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played.
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day.
Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
Oh, hey there, Craig. Do you see our Today All Day viewers?
I see them.
Don't they look great?
It's a great looking crowd. We sure hope you're enjoying your Thursday. And welcome